always, and we have in this case, provide you with our best professional advice, and we are truthful. Our work and conduct throughout this timeline has reflected this, and again, as I said at the outset, I will follow up with this information more detailed in an email subsequent to today.
Thank you. I'm going to go.
Councillor Chabot's question is just the position that we're taking right now, knowing full well that we've already exceeded the targets and it should be about delivering housing. Can you just comment on our position that we're taking as administration with our conversations? Should be about meeting targets. We've exceeded targets, and I know you just put this chart up there. Can you just comment on the position that administration is taking with respect to the potential pause of funding, and it should be tied to exceeding the targets? Can you just comment on that?
Absolutely. Yeah, and I mentioned as part of my answer that we believe we're in compliance. We're exceeding our growth targets. We believe we have been in compliance. We are in compliance. And we are taking the approach, I think I've said this in one of the emails, that we are working to preserve, we will be working with Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation to preserve all the funding that we have had, and also obviously continue to say is that we can't speculate as to what, we have a partner, and we can't speculate as to what another order of government might be believing in terms of those same issues. But yes, we believe we're in compliance, and we'll continue to take that position with our partner.
Councillor Chabot.
Yeah, and thank you for that response and the timelines. I guess what's at issue here is maybe the perception that members of council got in regards to a recent email that it sort of implied that the Calgary Housing and CMHC was putting a pause on the disposition of further funding to us, and I think that's what led to some of this miscommunications possibly. And so maybe if you can respond to that, because that, I think, is the crux of all of this, is that kind of raised the ire of members of council as well as members of the public and even the media.
Understood, Councillor Chabot. Thank you for raising that, and I've thought a lot about that. Again, one of the parts of my response to your question was that we want to provide you with information, and sometimes we believe we need to do that quickly. The comment about the funding being paused was based on the information that we knew, had understood out of the meeting that we had that morning on Friday. We thought it was important to let you know what we knew at that time. We got that information out to you that evening, and you're absolutely right. As we worked this issue over the weekend and we came back on Monday with an email, we then were able to communicate more clearly what we understood is that the funds were expected to be held. And that's what was included in that this Monday's email. And so if there was confusion that was created out of that, I certainly apologize for that. Yet again, I do want to say that it's important, we believe it's important that when we know something that we think you need to know with respect to your decision making, and in this case specifically, it was around the no contingency recommendation that we had. We wanted you to know that we were rethinking that recommendation, and we wanted you to know as soon as we could. We used the best information that we had at the time, and unfortunately there was some confusion created over a particular statement we made, which we re-clarified on the Monday. Does that answer, Councillor Chabot?
Thank you. And before ruling on this, I want to just get a definitive answer for members of the public and the media who are watching regarding the memo that came from administration, because it did contain speculation that CMHC had cancelled the accelerator housing funding for Calgary. Since then, CMHC has not only clarified that this is not the case, but further added that there's open discussion to be had on how Calgary can meet its housing commitments. So given this, and given that Council was told previously that this funding was not directly tied to one policy, can you please state here for the record that this federal funding is not directly tied to the blanket rezoning policy that was soundly rejected by Calgary's voters?
Yeah, I think that what I can say, Councillor Farkas, is that the agreement clearly specifies that Council's discretion is not fettered. And so Council made a decision, and that agreement clearly specifies that their discretion was not fettered on any decision-making for that matter.
Okay, thank you for that response. I will rule that this point of privilege is in order. Rulings of the chair are not debatable or open to amendment. We'll have opportunity very shortly to be able to follow up on this line of questioning, but we'll return to the standard format of our agenda today, beginning with a City Hall school acknowledgement.
Your Worship, my council colleagues, one of the great pleasures of being here is the opportunity to introduce some students from Ward 9. I would like to acknowledge Mr. Kelsey Norman. Sir, if you could stand up, please, for me. I'd like to acknowledge you and your grade 5 students who are here today to observe the happenings of City Hall. You have chosen an excellent day. We're speaking of something very of the moment. And if you don't feel like you totally understand, just know you're not alone.
He's speaking for me, not himself.
The big question that has been posed to these students and their class here is, how can kids help make Calgary a better place? Which, of course, is a wonderful question I think we all ask ourselves every day. So if you all could stand, I'd like the chamber, please, to acknowledge the lovely class.
And Councillor, what is your answer to the question? What I loved about Councillor Johnston's introduction the other day is that it wasn't just necessarily what was written on the sheet of paper. So if I can give you some, this is sort of like a test that you show up naked for, but.
I didn't know, it's a pop quiz here. How can kids help make Calgary a better place? Well, participate in your community, make sure you get out and find those connections, play sports, recreation, of course, and listen to your teacher.
Well, colleagues, I do promise we will get to the agenda, but we have something absolutely critical before we start at the top. On behalf of Calgary City Council, I want to extend our sincere thanks to Brenda Desjardins, who is in the audience here with us, as she retires from the city of Calgary. So Brenda and I started almost 10 years ago, almost about the same time when I was a city councillor, and she had joined the city. And her leadership has really been felt from across our organization for a long time. And her impact is going to continue long after she steps away from her role. Brenda had the amazing ability to offer a rare combination of technical expertise, operational discipline, and deep care for the people she worked with. And those are the words that were given to me from people who work every day with her. And whether it was guiding major teams, strengthening our safety codes processes, apropos, since we spent about 5 hours in this chamber talking about safety, or representing Calgary provincially, she approached every challenge with integrity and a steady hand. Her service, for example, in the Safety Codes Council is just one example of how she consistently elevated Calgary's voice and upheld the highest standards of public safety. But most of all, Brenda, you've never lost sight of why this work in this building matters. Safer buildings, safer people who live in those buildings, safer communities, and a city that people can trust. So Brenda, thank you for your dedication to the city of Calgary and to the Calgarians who live here. Thank you for your leadership and the countless ways that you've made Calgary better. We're wishing you every success and every joy in your retirement. You've earned it. And as chair, I would like to welcome you as a member of the public on this side of the bar so that this council may acknowledge you. Please come on up. Nope.
Thank you so much.
Brenda, please come on inside on this side of the bar, please. Thank you. Thank you so much, Brenda, for being here. And then thank you for your service to our city.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, honestly.
And with that, this resumes our 2026 budget adjustments meeting. To recap for members of the public, we had initially received a presentation from members of administration about 2 weeks ago on 10th of November. We had a brief 2-week recess in order to review the budget documents. Following resuming earlier this week on Monday, we had a follow-up presentation. 3 incredible days of about 140 Calgarians and countless hundreds more submitting their thoughts on the upcoming budget adjustments. Yesterday evening, we concluded hearing from the public and went into a line of questioning around safety. We have 5 more priority areas to discuss, but prior to getting into the meat of the agenda today, I'll just acknowledge Councillor McLean on a point of order.
Thank you, Mayor. Like you said, I don't know how many hours did you say we're into already? What I wanted to suggest as a maybe make some changes to the agenda, since we have had a long week listening to the public, we have another probably several hours of questioning the different departments. We've got an extended break today for when the Prime Minister is in town. And then I've heard something about maybe the administration might want to bring forth some, maybe do recommendations for, because normally what we would do, we would do all that and then jump right into our amendments. So what I'm suggesting, and put it on the floor, is that after we've heard from the administration and we've done all of our questions, before we then go into amendments, that we might we pause there, give us a chance to digest the budget, and then maybe rethink our amendments, have time to put them into administration. So whether that's later today, most likely tomorrow, hopefully if we are disciplined, we can be done by early afternoon, late morning. Give us some time. We've all been working hard. In the evenings, we have community association meetings. I know Councillor Wyness, we're late at night at the Police Commission. Give us some time to refocus, because our questions of administration and our amendments may change based on new budget information. So that's my suggestion. I'll put on the floor. I don't know, clerks, what we'd have to do to that if it's consent, but we would pause before we start talking about amendments.
Before I go to acknowledge other speakers specifically on the topic of agenda, I think your intent, Deputy Mayor, is on the day that we finish our questions of administration, just to break for the rest of the day so that we can catch up on correspondence and review the materials and go into the next day afterwards fresh to debate amendments?
Yeah, which most likely would be Monday. We have a whole weekend to do this.
All right, there's no motion yet on the floor, but I'll go to Councillor Wyness to speak specifically to agenda.
No, this one was for Stuart, so.
Right, so let's play it by ear, Council, but I think that's a good idea, and I'd recommend that because, as Madam Clerk's been notifying us, there's been many submissions that have been added to the agenda, and I think in good faith, it's good to take a couple hours, even if we're not meeting here in this chamber, to catch up on the correspondence, the letters that have been written to members of council. So at the appropriate time, I think I may look for an emotion, but we'll telegraph the intent to administration on that.
Thank you, Mayor.
Great, so any other requests to speak specifically on the flow of the meeting process, not any of the specific topics? Councillor Johnston?
Sorry, when will we be able to question Stuart again?
Very soon. We're just discussing questions about how the rest of the meeting will go. We're going to go very shortly into the housing topic following.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Did you have something to say about the agenda? Okay. Okay. Great. So, Councillor Pantzopoulos on the agenda.
Thanks so much. When would that come through for the agenda? I only ask, I would suggest giving the weekend to review. You know, we had months to review the initial budget from July, August, September, rolling into 2 weeks. And I know several councillors spent evenings and weekends going through, and I don't think it's fair if there's a revised budget to have a few hours. I would suggest that regardless, even if we amended on a Thursday, we would have Monday to come back, because then we can, as a council, debate and discuss. It's obviously for this committee.
I can jump in, Councillor Pantzopoulos. No, the suggestion isn't that there's a revised budget. It's just members of council, including myself and others, have made inquiries into administration about how exactly to workshop exact verbiage of various amendment proposals. So it's not like there's a alternative budget that's going to be presented. It just needs a little bit of time where not to give away too much, but an example of which would be, I know Councillor Ward, myself, and Atkinson are looking at potentially how to address some of the concerns around the National Access Arts Centre and others. There's things that we heard through the course of the public submissions that we hadn't had the opportunity in the advanced time to put pen to paper to. Yeah. Great, so seeing no other lights, we will now begin the second of the core priority budget areas, which is housing. And it's appropriate that we get the opportunity to discuss that this morning. Over to perhaps Mr. Duckworth. Is there, Mr. Dalglish, do you have a cover presentation for this, or are we jumping straight into questions?
Just make some introductory verbal remarks if council would like, Mayor Farkas.
Great, please.
Every Calgarian deserves a safe and affordable place to call home. Yet today, 1 in 5 households in Calgary cannot afford their housing, and that number is growing. We've looked at those 2023 figures, and if you project out to 2025, there's possibly 100,000 households approximately today who are struggling to afford their current home. Calgarians told us what they want. 86% say the city should invest more in affordable housing programs for low-income residents. And I think, members of council, you heard from many, many public speakers about the importance of housing and the importance of affordable housing, and even we heard about deeply affordable housing. And so the investments on this slide respond to that. $7.5 million for the Barron Building conversion, an important conversion to residential in the downtown. $40 million for the downtown office conversion program, again, more residential, part of a long-term plan as well to revitalize our core. $10.1 million in targeted funding to advance new community growth, again, which provide homes down the road, and $800,000 for intermunicipal initiatives. And $26.2 million for Southview affordable housing, 260 mixed income units, supported by matching provincial and federal contributions. And finally, $2 million in team resourcing funding to enable the delivery of even more homes to meet the needs of Calgarians. These investments represent a balanced approach, supporting affordable housing, enabling growth, and partnering with the private sector to accelerate delivery. We are super proud, Council, and you should be super proud as well, I know you are, that Calgary remains Canada's housing engine. Yet we have more to do, and we absolutely will. We need to make continued investments in non-market housing to achieve our goals as outlined in the Home is Here strategy. We need to advocate for more funding and to ensure that we continue to progress and meet the needs of Calgarians when it comes to their homes, both market and non-market. And so that concludes my introductory remarks. On behalf of Deborah Hamilton and myself, we have a number of directors: Teresa Goldstein, Community Planning; Brenda Desjardins, who you just saw and heard from; Reed Hendry, Chief Housing Officer; Tom Mahler, Downtown Strategy Director; and Kathy Davis-Murphy, City and Regional Planning Director. And so those 5 directors, along with Deborah and myself and other team members as needed, are here to discuss our proposed housing adjustments for you, with you. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. And just one quick clarifying question before we jump into members of council. I'm sure there's going to be activity or interest in the downtown incentive program. Is that to be questioned as part of this bucket, or is it infrastructure?
Tom Muller is here, downtown. Yes.
So, council members, this is your opportunity to speak to that specific topic. Over to Councillor Johnston for questions on the housing priority item.
Sorry, I had RTS for Stuart, but I'll need a bit more time, so I'll take that off for now. Thank you.
Councillor Winus.
That was for Stuart.
Now is your opportunity if you wanted to follow on any of the Housing Accelerator funding file.
I'll jump in the queue after everyone who else RTS'd. I'm just trying to get my question.
If you don't mind, just delete it, or I'm going to check the RTS here. Councillor Dhaliwal. Councillor Panzadopoulos.
Your chair, Councillor Tyers was ahead, but...
Okay. Councillor Tyers.
Okay. Who do I direct this to? I suppose administration. We know many Calgarians are struggling with the increasing costs of rent and purchasing homes. What is the city's benchmark for what is considered affordable housing? Because we keep hearing housing that's affordable, affordable housing. I just want to understand how the city is able to define that.
I'll ask our Chief Housing Officer, Reed Hendry, to come up and address your question. Councillor Tars.
Hello. As mentioned, Chief Housing Officer Reed Hendry. Thank you for the opportunity to answer the question. So I might just broaden the question if that's okay, because there's a lot of topics around affordable housing, market, non-market, that sort of thing.
I just want you to define affordable housing, since I hear from administration affordable housing, like those words specifically.
Sure. So affordable housing is defined in our strategy in the glossary at the back, mimics partially that of CMHC's, which is 30% of somebody's income is spent on their housing-related costs. And we add an additional modifier to that, which is that you are earning, or the household is earning 65% or less than the median household income in Calgary. So when you hear us say terms like 85,000 people are in need of affordable housing, that means 85,000 households, that means 85,000 households that are making 65% of household median income or less are spending more than 30% of their take-home income on housing.
Okay, and given that, are there any incentives that currently exist? Like, for instance, like this is something we hear a lot about, the downtown office conversion program. Are there any incentives for developers who receive the funding from the city to build affordable housing units based on your definition of what affordable housing is?
Certainly. So that's when I'm just going to add another term, if you'd allow me to, which is also in the Home is Here strategy, which is non-market. So we have a variety of programs that specifically target non-market housing. And importantly, those programs, generally speaking, start at 80% of market rent or lower. And so we can see things as deep as what we would call rent geared to income. So that can be very low monthly bills, all the way up to something that is 80% of market rent. And we have a variety of initiatives and programs here at the city that specifically target delivering affordable non-market housing.
Okay. So to clarify, the downtown office conversion program with the $40 million one-time operating budget for that, is there any affordable housing units that are included in that? Or so is that off-market, or is it?
Yeah, and so Director Mahler behind me might want to come up and help supplement this answer, but what I could speak to is that for that $40 million in particular, it would support a program that allows additional applicants. What we have seen historically in that program is that the applicants are generally using a funding mechanism through Canada Mortgage Housing Corporation, CMHC, which requires a certain percentage of the units to be affordable. And that's what the developers are doing in order to finance the project. So in that case, it is not a program per se directly administered by the city, but rather a requirement of the developers for their financing arrangements.
Okay, so this finance arrangement in particular, what percentage is then required, I guess, by the CMHC agreement?
So for CMHC, there's a variety of different programs. There's MLI Select, which is Mortgage Loan Insurance Select. There is the ACLP, Apartment Construction Loan Program. There is AHF, the Affordable Housing Fund. The reason I bring all these up is because the answer is that it does vary. So it can vary anywhere from 5 or 10% of the units, sometimes all the way to 100% of the units, like we do see in some of our recently announced downtown programs that focus solely on delivering 100% non-market units.
Okay. I guess with this particular situation and application, so where does that, where does it fall under in all those programs that you just explained? Which
Maybe if
one
I could
is
look
it?
to Director Mahler to speak to the history a bit of the program and how much units have been supplied and the non-market ones therein.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Hendry. I'm Tom Mahler, Director of Downtown Strategy. And I think maybe a bit of context on the downtown office conversion program. It's not strictly a housing program. It's one of the uses that the program allows a applicant to put into an old office building, but it could be also for hotel, could be for education. I guess the class is leaving. Is it something I said?
Not waving at you.
No outbursts from the audience are allowed, but apparently from the chair.
But what happened through the timing of our program, when we opened the downtown office conversion program in 2021, that was also at the time the demand for housing increased. And through the programs for multifamily developers, the CMHC programs were incredibly well aligned and well timed for the project. So almost all of our projects have some element of financing or insurance from the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, but they are not a requirement of our terms of reference for the program. The City of Calgary does not require it. And part of the reason for the success of our program is that it is not required. Our program is very simple, it's very transparent, and it's very clear, and that's been what the developers appreciated. But what our program has allowed them to do is to access these other sources of funding. So whether it's through CMHC, we had a project called 8016 West. They've accessed funding through the Alberta housing programs. So our program has allowed them to stack. So it gives them a foundation of solid funding on which they can build. And I might drag Mr. Hendry back up, but we also have through the Housing Accelerator Fund, we have another program for non-market office conversions, which is a stackable grant on top of our program, which will actually be able to deliver non-market housing in an old office building. So it's a combination of things, and each project is unique.
Okay, and is that project, I guess I'm interested about that then, the project where you just explained that there's housing that potentially might be made that's off-market. As far as the city goes, like, are you able to explain how that program is able to incentivize the companies to build affordable housing units?
Yeah, so the provincial program is agnostic as to what the building is. It could be any building. What it's done is it's allowed an office building in downtown Calgary that's vacant to participate in a competitive fashion with other buildings. Without our program, without the city's conversion program, it's very unlikely somebody was going to build an office building for non-market housing. I will give one example, though. What did happen before our program even started, but when council approved the downtown strategy, they also approved funding for Home Space, which is a nonprofit housing provider in Calgary. They had acquired an office building, which they had partnered with the province of Alberta, the federal government, the city of Calgary had money. They also had philanthropic donations as part of their funding stack for that project. And they delivered entirely non-market housing. That project is called Neoma, if you're part of that. And also there's other supportive agencies within that building. So it's really difficult to say. Every project that you see will probably have a unique funding stack, partnership, but the cities, our program has enabled those office buildings to participate because it's put them on a competitive economic footing to go for financing.
And I guess this question is just for, I forget your name, sorry.
Reed Hendry.
That's okay, that's okay. Reed Hendry.
Has the city identified any particular specific groups who have been hit particularly hard with this housing crisis, with the price increases on housing and those challenges that come along with that? Like young people, Indigenous people, seniors, people with disabilities, any group in particular that have you identified?
Yes, certainly. So back before the strategy was implemented in 2023, we completed what was called a housing needs assessment. And that was a very deep dive, comprehensive approach, publicly available online, that detailed at that point in time who was struggling to find housing. And so that's why in the strategy you will see specific sections speaking to equity deserving populations. And so we use that housing needs assessment as a guide around who is experiencing difficulties. And so broadly speaking, that is the Indigenous population. It was single-led households, meaning either a single mother or a single father with children. It was seniors. And those are the main groups that the housing needs assessment identified as having a outside representation of their typical demographic presence, right?
And yeah, I think we have been hearing a lot in these public, I guess it's not called public hearing, but public submissions for budget about housing from those groups in particular that you just identified. I guess my last question would be, are there any updates or any initiatives that you can point out to ease like these specific challenges with these specific groups?
For sure. So I know there was discussion of it earlier this week, but a great example of that is the Indigenous housing program Matu Mitapi Okio Ipiaya that launched just in August of this year. And so that is $30 million, well actually $33 million to support for Indigenous by Indigenous housing. And then additionally, the rubric of a variety of our programs takes into account the racialized groups or the Indigenous groups that you may be looking to serve. And so there's an opportunity to receive priority in the rubric scoring or additional points in the rubric scoring if you are serving an equity-deserving population.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
Thank you. Councillor Tyers, over to Councillor Pantzopoulos.
Thank you so much. It's small but mighty, Silvera Housing. We're talking about a housing strategy and understand from the budget there's a small decrease. Just curious why that would be, given our context about senior housing and housing. Wouldn't we want to double down on an organization that helps senior housing?
I'd be happy to start just while our subject matter experts are coming to the podium, and I think those subject matter experts are likely to be Chief Housing Officer Hendry with Director Kay Choi, who's our Director of Partnerships. I would want to clarify that Silvera has contracts both for the Lodge program, which is where we saw the slight reduction, but I think also has some housing arrangements through the Chief Housing Officer and the Chief Housing Office as well. So I just wanted to make sure we were clear that there are two different pieces of the conversation.
Thank you, GM Black. And to build on that, it's certainly a nuanced conversation. Director Choi behind me would be able to speak better, but we have a pretty holistic way we look at partnership grant opportunities here at the city. And I would say under my portfolio, the Chief Housing Office portfolio, we have supported Silvera with capital through some of our programs like Housing Capital Initiative. We're funding some new units, seniors oriented, to be constructed in the northeast of the city. That was announced in May of this year. In general, what you'll see and probably hear as a lot of themes in this conversation today is a shift in the ethos of affordable housing and how we deliver it. A lot of movement away from operating cost support and a shift into upfront capital support with the goal of delivering long-term sustainable affordability rather than ongoing operations. So that's playing into it. I want you to know that Silvera is an immensely important partner. The demographic they serve is immensely important for us to serve. We are supporting them through things like the operating grant, which was slightly reduced, but we are also supporting them through capital incentives so that the units they are delivering today are cheaper and are therefore affordable for the long term.
Just if you, go ahead.
And I don't know if Director Choi has anything to add.
Thanks. Thanks for the question, Councillor Panagopoulos, and through the chair. What I can tell you is that administration, through the council-approved operating grant program, worked within the envelope that we had for all of our civic partners, all of our valued civic partners. I think one of the things that we need to understand is that Silvera, being fiscally responsible, offered a reduction in their ask. And so what we did was we aligned that to council priorities, housing being one of them. We aligned to what we are legislatively required to do through Silvera and offered that slight below what they had asked for. But what we believe and what Silvera has communicated back to us is that they do have enough to achieve their mandate.
I'm comforted that senior housing is still considered a priority. Mr. Hendry, just the Chief Housing Office, the capital budget has grown from 50 to 100 to 265, 100% give or take. The details are a little less. Do you mind just speaking through, maybe the top three, the 109 million, what is in the Housing Accelerator Fund spend, leverage capital anticipated. I doubt that is a specific project, but if you could give me some color on that. Affordable housing redevelopment, maybe just speak. It doesn't have to go to too granularity, but just where the 100 plus million, $200 million is being spent to meet the objectives. Thank you.
For sure, not a problem. So the Housing Accelerator Fund, obviously a lot of discussion on that today. That's a $251 million capital program that is effectively a flow-through of federal money into the budget. And that is spent on a variety of programs. The main focus of those is what I'd call supply-oriented programs. So it's a lot of incentive-based programs to generate supply. And that's because that is the ethos of what the federal government was looking to do through that program. So we're spending it on things like downtown conversions, secondary suites. There is an affordable component, though, around our non-market land sale program, where we're supporting delivery of non-market units to Calgarians. You mentioned leveraging capital anticipated. Underneath that $100 million spend is $60 million for the Housing Capital Initiative. We're also doing things like the Indigenous Housing Program, Matu Mitapi Okio Ipiaya. That's $30 million in that line item. And then that line item also actually holds some additional non-market land sales support because we've ran that program a couple different times. I hope that answers your question. Happy to go deeper if needed.
Yeah, maybe I could ask offline. How many units would the incentive programs, the downtown, the secondary suites, those specific, how many units do you believe in your judgment will it contribute to the housing supply of Calgary?
So secondary suites, this is a great example of a program where it's capped at $10,000. I'll look for maybe a rough nod from the retiring member in the audience. That the average, I believe, of that program today is about $7,000 or $8,000 a unit. Is the average grant number. And so it's supplying through Housing Accelerator Fund, we've allocated approximately $50 million to that program. So it's delivering a lot of units. Something like Housing Capital Initiative, we just did a first tranche release in May of this year, and that was $30 million that resulted in 480 units across 7 projects. So something like that is more to the tune, you'll hear me say this as we continue the line of questioning on a kind of per door, per unit cost. So something like secondary suites, $7,000 or $8,000 a door. Something like Housing Capital Initiative, which is providing deeply subsidized, affordable housing, that is about $65,000 a door on average. So to give you a rough order of magnitude, the Housing Capital Initiative with its full envelope of 60 million, we'd expect it to deliver 900 to 1,000 units.
Can you just expand on secondary suites a lot, what you think that is?
So I believe we are now officially registered in our system. We're going through a process that began some time ago to register previously illegal suites and modernize them through this incentive program. We're now north of 20,000. I might turn it over to Director Desjardins for this.
Yes, thank you. We have over 22,000 registered secondary suites right now.
Thanks for that. Thanks for the quantification. Maybe just speak about that KPIs. So all that money that's being spent, is that targets, $200 million? What deliverables and objectives have you identified specifically for those funds that we will be able to report back to council? Is there any council directive and when can we expect those for 2026?
For sure. So the programs are designed to support the action items and the objective goals of the Home is Here housing strategy. And so the strategy consists of 5 outcomes, and each one of those outcomes has some associated performance measures, KPIs, with them. So we design our project or our grant programs targeting those objectives. And so that's how we monitor it. Market supply, we have been knocking it out of the park to build on COO Dalglish's introduction. We are Canada's housing engine. We are leading in this on an absolute basis across Canada. We should be very proud of that. On the non-market side, we're seeing our programs build up capacity in the sector, looking to achieve that 3,000 non-market units delivered annually that's indicated under outcome 1 of the strategy. And to your question around what is council's involvement in this process, we take, at a minimum, an annual update to the Home is Here strategy. We take that usually in May or June of every year. So next year in May or June, there will be an annual update where we are reporting to you on how actions are progressing or not progressing and where we are at with hitting our targets.
Thank you for bringing up the
There's also the
Right,
David's CAO quarterly report, so we're including housing in that. So you're seeing that on a quarterly basis, have the opportunity to ask questions, and there's information also on the website, and we'll actually be increasing that.
Thank you. Thanks for pointing out the 3,000. I was going to bring to that the 3,000 target for 22, 23, 24, and I don't have 25. There's a substantial underperformance, call it 4% of target. So with that, when do you sort of reevaluate the expenditures when 4% of target is met and $60 million is deployed against other objectives that may have similar outcomes?
So I'm going to assume the 4% of target, you're looking at the building permit number, correct?
Yeah, you bet. So your target for 26 is 3,000. Number of new non-market homes issued by building permits, and in 2024 there was 121, which call it 4. I'll round up, call it 4%.
And so what I would steer you towards, instead of the building permit number, is the development permit number. Why that's important, and building on COO Dalglish's point, that development permit number...
Sorry to interrupt, but the target isn't development permits. So if you changed your target, the target is building permits, and council and administration would have put that as a target. So specifically, maybe in 27 we'll talk to that, but your target was building permits, and it's an underperformance. So can you speak to that? The development permit, I'll have that conversation in 27, not 26, because that's your target for this year.
And I appreciate that fully. And if I could just have the latitude to complete the answer, I would say that the strategy started in January of 2024. It takes time in real estate to get the units to a building permit state. You know, you need to go through land use, infrastructure, planning, years and years of development at times, depending on where you are in the city. And so at a minimum, something like a development permit to get to building permit is going to take time. And so that's why I was steering towards the development permit number for now, because what it is representative of is the pipeline that we are building, that we are anticipating to turn into building permits, to your point, is the council-approved budget metric, which we are certainly tracking towards. But when we ask ourselves as administration, is what we're doing working? We're looking at the development permit number in 2024. Because that number represents 894 development permit units were approved. And so we would expect those units to then translate into building permits in 2025. And that's what you'll begin to see in something like the quarterly report, where we're providing those quarterly updates. We're progressing towards that 3,000 non-market goal as we see that shift in the development pipeline from DPs to BPs, but we are certainly still monitoring the building permit as the primary target.
Maybe in the next budget cycle, I'll speak to that. I don't think that's fair as a council, because we're going to measure against the targets. If the target needed to be development permits, put that in, because next year when we come back, I will be one to say, here are all the targets. Did you actually execute against? Because they're, you know, administration's targets. So maybe something to take away, not to belittle the point.
Councillor Prentice, we will absolutely take that way. I think it's a super important point around having a target and tracking to the target. I think really what Mr. Hendry was trying to get at is we've got some leading indicators that 4% is going to increase. We are also, though, just to be clear, we are reporting on the building permit numbers, and I think in 2025, if I remember, to the end of Q3, that 125 or so, whatever it was, 120, 125, is already at 300 maybe by the end of Q3 2025.
So we're approximately at 550.
So that is getting reported as well. And the only other thing I would add is, and as Mr. Hendry said, we've really just begun in 2024 to hone in on the 3,000. It is a very ambitious target, and point that out as well. Thank you.
Perfect. The $40 million downtown strategy, it's only focused on revitalization of buildings. And has administration ever thought about other metrics of success for downtown revitalization, spending? I'll let your imagination guide that. But maybe just talk through the logic as we look forward to 26 and beyond of just focusing on one metric being Class B, C, D, F, G, buildings being converted to apartments and condos and things.
Thanks for that question, Councillor Pantasopoulos. The performance measures that are currently in the budget were very much formed at the outset of our strategy. And so those are the ones we're currently tracking to. So that was the square feet of office space removed, and then the number of residential units created. However, in addition to that, we released in February of this year a State of Downtown report, and we also are doing quarterly reporting. And I would say to this council, our main metric is the total property value of our greater downtown. That's the real thing we're driving towards. The problem we're trying to solve through our downtown strategy is to restore the value of the downtown property base for the benefit of the entire city. And so that's something we've only been able to start tracking because as Chief Housing Officer Hendry just said, it takes a while from the time you start your strategy in 21 till the time things are actually built and can start generating value. So I know through the Q&A that we've gone with council, we've shown some of the preliminary indicators of that, but that is absolutely, from my perspective, that is the number one metric I will hold myself accountable to, is are we moving the needle on property value?
And value can be obviously the dollars, and obviously I'm thinking of ancillary services, the tide rises and sinks all ships. If you make downtown a better place to live, the value can come up. So that's good to know. That's sort of a key metric. The economic impact, we heard a previous speaker 2-3 days ago speak that in his judgment, the $280 million, the 7 times multiple would not have occurred. Excuse me, 7 times multiple of investment. Do you feel that absent this investment, that capital would flow to downtown Calgary, given the momentum that you've seen in conversions, you know, that 6, 7, 8 buildings have been done? Is there now clear investor interest beyond, or is it only contingent on the $40 million coming in?
I'll start. I think there's a bit there. Let me start a question, but I wanted to share an anecdote. Former Councillor McIver in this chamber once told me, "That was a great answer, Mr. Muller, but it's not the question that I asked." I would ask for you to all do the same. I have a lot of information in my head, and if I don't nail the answer on the first time, please do not hesitate to say that didn't get the answer I wanted. But to your question, there's 3 things that have driven the investor confidence in our downtown program, and they started back in actually probably 2015. One of the first things we did before we even had an incentive program is we removed a bunch of regulatory hurdles for owners of buildings that were suffering from lack of activity. Those were office buildings. We removed the requirements for development permits to change a use of a building from one use to another. We allowed them to entirely change the facades and do additions to their buildings without any development permits. What did that mean? Without any development permits, we didn't require servicing for those buildings. For the developer, we don't require parking. It opened up a whole avenue of opportunities for the buildings. But very little happened until we brought in the meaningful economic incentive in 2021, which was the conversion program, the $75 for a residential conversion, $60 for a hotel, and then $50 for other uses as well. And it's that combination of moving the regulatory barriers with the meaningful incentives that has allowed these buildings, and you can start to see it. Prior to 2021, very few buildings had traded. Since 2021, we've had over 19 building sales, many from local market, but also from people coming from Toronto and Vancouver acquiring assets, because the environment, both from a regulatory perspective and a financial perspective, our councils and past and administration have really set the environment to entice development here. And I have another email from a colleague just this morning, and I can't divulge details, but one of those investors is now interested in pursuing. We're into the pre-app stages of other potential conversions. So the interest is absolutely there, but it's that combination of factors, and it's the consistency of which it's been applied over the 5-year period that we've been into this.
You took one of my questions, shovel-ready projects, if the capital flowed. The target is to get 6 million square feet off, vacant square feet off. Help us think through by 2031, what sort of capital do you think the city would have to contribute in 27 and beyond to meet that objective?
That's a really great question, because when we started the program, the 6 million square feet was $450 million. So when we came to council, we said that's what it would take. We also said we would like to have support from the provincial government, from the federal government, and from what other sources we can get. The real estate sector at that time said, please do not wait for the other orders of government to start this program. The city needs to start first, put your money in, and then we'll see where we go. That was from the real estate sector. That was not me. I could tell you the name of the person, but they were here. It's probably on tape from 2021. So we started. Our council put in the first $45 million in April. Very soon after, they added another $100 million, and we're up to $153 million now from council on that program. But we've also, through that, by having that program up and operating, we were able to leverage the $52.5 million from the Housing Accelerator Fund. So 75% is about city contribution, now 25% is federal on the overall program. On top of that, as Councillor Tyers had asked with respect to other stacking, the provincial government, who has not funded our program specifically, has been a partner with other developers on some of those partnerships to allow units to be created. So I think that's where we're hoping to attract additional capital, but we're still, for the 6 million, we're still at we need about 450 million over time to do that.
Thank you for that. The 75, 60, and 50, can you just talk through the analysis to land on those numbers? And have we done a look back to determine, and the comment is it too juicy? You've had an oversubscription, people are really excited. As a former business owner, hey, that's great, it's time to rejig it. Just any thoughts on there? Maybe the process to get there, and then what would happen if it went to 70 or 50, something like that?
Yeah, lots of thoughts on that, thank you. So the numbers were not developed by administration. They were developed basically by a volunteer group through Calgary Economic Development. It was the Real Estate Sector Advisory Committee, and I think Mr. Kovac was here speaking to council earlier. That was the group with volunteer expertise from our construction industry, our development industry, our cost accounting industry, our finance industry, to say what would it take. It's not a science. They ran numbers, they ran models, a lot of it based on the Neoma project, because we had just completed that. We had a lot of local architecture, contractor intelligence as part of that project. That informed some of the thinking. And so those numbers were based on the gut feel of real estate sector advisors who have years and years of experience. We check in with them on a weekly basis in some cases, sometimes daily. Is this still working? We're constantly in touch with the industry to check that. But I chatting with a colleague earlier, one of the things that happens in real estate is once one of those numbers gets out there, everybody develops their pro forma around it. So your cost of acquisition and how you run your numbers, when lenders are looking at underwriting the loan, they're gonna look at those. So we could change the number, absolutely. Everybody's open to reviewing, evaluating, but needs to be done in a very transparent and coordinated process, so that lenders can see in what are we doing, are we still getting it right? But yes, absolutely, the goal would be to reduce that and eventually get out of it entirely.
Yeah, absolutely. I just think when there's an oversubscribed policy, you've got some wiggle room there. And then just finally, the return on investment, just narrowly, incremental property tax over investment is around 1.5%. My colleague, Councillor Chabot, brought up yesterday the 65-year payback. Just help us understand why that metric is acceptable to Calgarians, and how else should we think about value add outside of just a simple dollars in, return of equity, dollars out?
Yeah.
Council, you're at time for first line of questioning, so we'll get an answer to that amazing question and then on to our next.
Yeah, again, that could be a fairly lengthy conversation because there'd be a lot of follow-up questions. But in general, I'll come back to what is our principal metric for measuring success. It is the overall value of the downtown property base relative to the rest of the city, particularly the rest of the non-conversion. So that's what we're really holding ourselves accountable to. Along the way, we also assess, let's make sure if we can get each individual property also in a net positive from the declining value of an office building. And so the analysis that we've done so far is the buildings that have completed, in all cases, they are paying more as a residential property in tax than they were as a declining asset as an office property. And so that the combination of those buildings as they continue, as we get more buildings completing, the property tax generated from them will be more than it was as them declining as an office building. Collectively, as we remove office, the residual office inventory will increase in value. That was the $6 million number from the Real Estate Sector Advisory Committee. The goal is to take the remaining office space and grow that property without building one additional building. That's the magic of the program. So if we can say each of these buildings is also increasing in value, and then globally our whole portfolio of office buildings is growing, that's how we're winning at this strategy.
Thank you so much. We will now move to next Councilmember Clark for questions. And just a bit of a time check, I'm intending to bang the gavel in about 10 minutes or so here so that we can all get through the security lineup.
Perfect. I think my question is likely for Mr. Hendry, and it's a rather general one, but you had kind of alluded to a change in ethos in sort of the way that we approach housing and finding access points for individuals. I have to say that as somebody representing Ward 9 and what are historically working class neighborhoods, in the context of blanket rezoning and our approach to bringing in enough housing at a certain amount to bring the whole cost of housing down is certainly what I would suggest is an overemphasized point of view in our process in the way we make decisions. What I'm finding in community is that many individuals are trying to make their way up. So we're lacking access points at $150,000, $200,000, $250,000, right? So we're trying to push the valuations to a place with enough housing to sort of bring more people in. And there's a whole growing segment of my communities that can't get their foot on the ladder. And so I just wondered I would like to give you the opportunity and the benefit to speak a little bit about how this budget might achieve something like that. I know that you've highlighted some sort of community-specific, race-specific sort of housing initiatives, culture-specific, but just in a broader stroke, how do we bring more people to a place where they can put their foot on the ladder?
Thank you for the question. And I would say there's certainly pieces of my direct budget that will touch on what you're asking, but I also would say that there's a lot of investments that we're doing citywide, right, to increase Calgarians' access to housing, not just in, say, the Chief Housing Office budget in particular. I think the important way to look at this is you can think of it as the push down and the go up, like you said. Really what we're trying to do is we're ensuring that people have access to housing that meets their needs. And what that can often mean is increasing overall supply. The reason that is immensely important is because it actually reduces the competition for those lower cost units that you're speaking about. If you are somebody that has the ability to purchase a $500,000 unit, but there's a restriction on $500,000 units, you can't afford a $600,000 unit. What you will do is you will go and bid up the $400,000 unit. Right, and that's the theory behind increasing overall supply. So we have a variety of programs across the city that are looking at enabling more supply, working with our non-market and market developers to deliver that supply. And I would just broadly address that question that we are trying to have a multifaceted approach that delivers a diverse choice to Calgarians of how they want to live and where they want to live in this city.
I suppose I'd just like to take this opportunity to make a connection between yesterday's sort of conversation with community services, and we've learned through every one of these organizations that housing is the way out. And I just wonder if we're communicating about like a $400,000 touch point, like we're talking about this bridge between $0 to $400,000. And I think I suppose if nothing else, I'd just like to emphasize the point that as we budget for development and growth and accessible housing, that we work to create a path for those individuals starting from really nothing. Because in many ways, I represent a lot of those individuals, and I empathize with them a lot. Somebody growing up in Ogden, looking for a place to live, can't seem to find it at $750,000, you know? So that just means a lot to me. I don't know that you have to respond to that. I guess I just wanted the chance to say it. But the other piece is just around mobile homes. Another thing well represented in Ward 9 are mobile home parks. Some of them are privately owned. Some of them are on city property. And I just wonder about our relationship to mobile homes and you know, when you are not paying a pad rental fee to a private corporation, but instead paying property tax to the city of Calgary, your home security value goes way up because you're not at risk of a $600 increase month, you know, next year, that sort of thing. I don't know if you're the gentleman to speak to about this, but just if I could hear from the city's perspective about our mobile home strategy.
You know, I don't know if we have a distinct mobile home strategy. What I could say from my perspective as the Chief Housing Officer is we remain focused on really one sentence, which is increasing supply, choice, and affordability. And so we're ensuring that whether you are making, you know, on one end of the spectrum with your household income or on the other end of your spectrum with the household income, you have options that are achievable for you and your family to live in safely and happily. And we work diligently with all of the partners that help deliver housing in this city to ensure we're enabling them along delivering that supply and choice for Calgarians.
Okay, perfect. I just would say with the limited time that I have left that, you know, we're really emphasizing those individuals at the very bottom, and we're trying to find a middle, but there's a whole segment here in our conversation around affordable housing of individuals who can't seem to find their place in our decision making. And I just want to emphasize that point because I think it's a growing population. And especially if we're going to continue to try and lift as many people up off the ground as we can, and we should, that population's only going to grow. And they're not going to be able to access, even at $400,000, that's not necessarily achievable. So just perhaps a blind spot that we should look at as we move forward and into our own budget.
I appreciate the comment, and we'll take that back for sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor McLean.
All right, let's get this done in 6 minutes. So under the downtown strategy, the new housing units that were completed in 2024, I think it says 112, maybe you can, 20 projections for 2026 is 889. I'm not sure about the numbers for 2025, but maybe you can clarify. Are we looking at maybe we've spent $263 million so far? How many units do you think we built?
I'd have to, so the total, so for the allocation of about $200 million, we're at 2,688 units. So I think there's different numbers floating around depending on which year, because each.
We'll just approximate rough math.
But based on the projects, the 21 that are approved with funding agreements under construction, it's 2,688 units.
Probably $120,000 per door.
It's about the average is about 70, just over 70,000 per door.
We could get down the, that's kind of the number I want to know.
I think it's important that there's 52.5 million is also the Housing Accelerator Fund money. So the city money for those units was the 153 million.
Okay, good to know. That's kind of trying to drill down on how much we're spending per door. Because to me, if some of this is, because that's tax dollars, it's subsidizing wealthy private companies to that extent. And a good example is the Barron building. So we've got $7.5 million from we won't have to mention names, but you're a pretty wealthy builder in town that defaulted and stalled the project downtown for the longest time. And now we're going to give them another $7.5 million. I mean, is this, you know, that's a pretty big risk. But that one project alone, well, how much is that going to cost us per door?
Through the mayor, it's not part of our office conversion program. It has its own terms of reference. That was a city council initiated program for a very specific purpose. Administration, the original agreement with that developer was terminated, and the developer has been continuing to proceed on their own. So there is currently no city money as part of that project. The request has come through a notice of motion from the previous council for your consideration.
Yeah. Of city money. I'm just kind of pointing out there's some risks here. Like, do we have, you mentioned home space. There was an initiative, affordable housing project for some 48 transitional homes in my ward in Shawnee Slopes. That took 2 years, probably cost a couple million to explore, and it came down, the number was like $750,000 per door. They had to scrap it, and they're looking at a new initiative. I'm just wondering how successful, we're told how successful this initiative and program is. And if it was really super 7 times multiplier and so successful, I think the private sector would be all over it. And again, this is kind of my debate, is why are we leaving it up to the private sector to do this and leave city council taxpayers' dollars and subsidy dollars out of it?
Through the mayor, so the private sector is doing these projects. The city of Calgary is not doing these projects. They're just, our incentive has allowed the private sector to do these projects in declining office assets that are declining in property value. That's what our program does. We are not subsidizing the developers for the purpose of creating the housing specifically. We are incentivizing them to reuse these declining assets. And back to my conversation with Councillor Pantazopoulos, it's really, our measurement is on the property value. The units are a huge bonus.
Yeah,
And they align with our strategy.
Just for time, because I heard that, because you're right, these are declining assets, these are old buildings, and if you take a tour of some of them, it doesn't really convert very well to me for the price or cost, or even what they look like. But my point on this is if we have a really declining asset, an older building, and we want to take vacancies off the market and bring our vacancy rate down, we're not demolishing that building and maybe having some green space or a park or an amenity to achieve the same goals.
Through the mayor, we have a program for that. It's at $30 a square foot, and we've had very little uptake on that.
Yeah, I think that's something. I'm just looking, we also have a really large surplus of product on the market with condos. I mean, we have seen a lot of initiatives go forward. I think we've got a 6-month supply of condos. And now we're going to incentivize, again, using tax dollars, and there's a private is involved as well. But maybe would it not make sense if we've got a surplus of product, prices are coming down, that maybe we just kind of pause some of our initiatives and see how the market goes?
Yeah, no, great question. Important to clarify, our money does not get spent until the project is completed. So if council were, through this, a request of $40 million, if projects do not proceed because of lack of market conditions, no money gets spent. So it does tie up your money.
Ties up our money.
Yes, correct.
Like you saw in the Barron building.
And if I could supplement, if that's all right, Councillor McLean, is that as we talk about product surpluses or recent real estate markets softening more broadly, not just in the downtown, but across the entire city, I want this council to keep in mind that if we go back, about 5 years, we have seen an increase in the median home price about 42%. And so we have seen a year-over-year decrease of about 5%. We've seen some increase in supply, some increase in inventory, but we are still coming off absolute record highs for home prices, record levels of unaffordability for Calgarians as it comes to housing. And so a 5% year-over-year difference is a good indication, I would say, of what we're doing is working, and it's helping to ease housing pressures in this city. But we still have a long way to go if we want to talk about pre-pandemic sort of levels of affordability.
Yeah, I think we all want to bring down prices of homes, make them more affordable, which brings me to the Copter Act.
Councillor, unfortunately, we're at time. We're going to recess to 2 o'clock.
Can I finish this question?
We have a hard stop at 11 here to be able to get through security. See you guys back at 2. Good morning and welcome to the continuation 10 November 2025 meeting of Calgary City Council for the 2026 budget adjustments. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Wyness, Councillor Ewell, Councillor Atkinson, Councillor Chabot,
Present.
Councillor Clark, Councillor Dollywall,
Here.
Councillor Jameson,
Here.
Councillor Johnston,
Here.
Councillor Kelly,
Present.
Councillor McLean,
Here.
Councillor Pantazopoulos, Councillor Schmidt,
Here.
Councillor Tyers, Councillor Ward, and Mayor Farkas.
I am here.
Thank you.
As last seen on Calgary City Council TV, we were in the midst of our priority item number 2, housing. Deputy Mayor McLean had the floor with 2 minutes remaining.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And I'm going to use 20 seconds to recognize my dear friend Alice Marchand, who's in the audience, Okanagan First Nations elder. Her brother was the first Indigenous minister for the federal government. Thank you. So we'll be on best behavior because you don't want to make her angry.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Please rise and be acknowledged by Calgary City Council. And I'm going to give you back your 20 seconds.
All right. Okay, I'll make it. I think I was talking with housing. Was you, Mr. Hendry? Or I was pretty much done. We were talking mainly about the expenses for the downtown conversion, affordable housing, and I think where I left off, it was just more of a hypothetical question. You might hear, I hear a lot of the private sector, and this is why I'm talking about the private sector being involved more in the affordable housing sector or building, whether it's downtown conversions or affordable homes or whatever. And I keep hearing how they say, we can supply houses and homes quicker and cheaper and faster if only we had some of the same rules that the nonprofit sector has. And this is, again, hypothetical, but there's rumblings about the Copter Act. It's called the Community Organization Property Tax Exemption Regulation. And what that does, it sets out the criteria and conditions by which municipalities can make decisions to grant property tax exemptions to nonprofit organizations. It's kind of a better deal and a fast track for like home space and some of our nonprofit sectors. And again, hypothetically, the province is maybe looking at changing those regulations where we could bring the private sector. And if we gave them the same deal, they say they can build homes quicker and faster, which would then take us out of maybe this subsidized taxpayer affordable housing nonprofit sector. So if that does come to fruition, again, we'd want to be prudent that maybe we could pause some taxpayer dollars or some of these incentives that we're proposing in this budget to wait and see if that happens.
Through the chair to Councillor McLean, I have Director Lee behind me that I'd like to invite up to address this, but I would say we do have an action item in the Home is Here strategy that works in tandem at a municipal level with the provincial legislation that is Copter, whereby we at a municipal level did exempt property taxes for non-market, non-profit operators. And so that was brought in, I think actually on my 3rd day here in January of this year, and it'll be implemented next year, but I'd like Director Lee to take over as well.
Good afternoon. My name is Eddie Lee, Director of Assessment, Tax, and City Assessor. So under the Municipal Government Act, we follow their legislation in terms of what properties are exempt and what are not. The Municipal Government Act does give the municipalities some latitude, but it's only with regards to exempting nonprofits, and that is the property tax bylaw that we passed back in January for non-market, nonprofit housing, affordable housing.
Okay, thank you for that. I think my time is pretty much, I think we all have the same goals. We want to build more homes. We want to do it more affordable. So looking at every option, I appreciate your time and thank you for your answers. All from me.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Over to Councillor Wyness.
Thanks. I guess I kind of want to start off with where we started this morning with the RCG response. And sort of the challenge of trust. Like when you look at the department and the back and forth answers we've had from whether CMHC financing or the feds are going to pull funding from us for blanket zoning or not, it's really hard to have trust in the answers we get. Another one is the trust when the home is here was audited. It showed that there's a lack of reliability, consistency of record keeping. There's variability in detail. There's not consistent records. Limited effectiveness in tracking risk, issues, and decisions. Information is not really being communicated to council, especially when scope changes are happening. And so that's why I think you're getting the questions you're getting today, especially when it comes to the 40 million in the downtown. So now we keep talking about it as an investment. What do we own? When you do downtown conversions, what do we own?
Can I just start on this one? Yeah. Start with the trust piece, Councillor Wyness. And you mentioned a couple of components. The first was around, I think the matter that I stood up in front of council and addressed first thing, and I would hope that that would have provided both a proper accounting of that matter and a timeline with more information to come by way of email, and secondly, I think just having that out in the public so that everybody's aware of that. So I would hope that that instills confidence and trust in the folks who are able to sort of hear that this morning. And that, in fact, along the way, we have been providing the information needed for council and the public on that matter. The second area around trust, you referenced the audit that was at audit committee, I think either last week or the week before, and maybe, but just by way of backdrop, this audit began early this year. I think it was January of this year is when the audit began. The Home is Here strategy, as you saw this morning, was approved by council September 2023, and we got into implementation mode immediately. And in 2024, one of the things that we realized is that this is a big and ambitious plan, and we need to lean in on a number of fronts, including actually elevating the work of housing and the implementation of the strategy in the organization. And so we determined in 2024 that we needed to actually have a senior level chief housing office and chief housing officer, and we went out and recruited in 2024. And actually, Director Reed Hendry began the same month as the audit began. And so I think that's important just in terms of the attention that the organization was putting on elevating both the leadership but also the strategy from a broad-based organizational perspective. We brought it into my office very, very purposefully. The audit acknowledged the creation of the Chief Housing Office, and the audit was really an audit about processes and controls to determine the operating efficiency and effectiveness of one element, Objective 1A of the Home is Here strategy. It pointed out on 3 different areas: governance, roles and responsibilities, documentation and controls. In a summary way, I think it said that, hey, many of those things, there was work that was being done, yet it could be done much more effectively. And so it said lean in on that work. Management agreed with all of the recommendations, and the action plan to respond to those is due the 31st of March. I know when that came to 2026, I know when that action plan came to me, I actually questioned management, and I said, are we able to do all of this by the end of March, by the end of Q1 2026? Their answer was yes, we had enough of the pre-work done. We are ready for that. We accept the audit recommendations, and we'll have the action plan done and in place by the end of March. Super importantly, and I think this is one of the great features, by the way, about our city auditor's office, this audit came early in the work of the Home is Here strategy. That's one of the great things our audit function does. It comes in early on projects and on initiatives, gives you early advice to make you better. And that really is what this audit was. So we accept the recommendations. There were 3. They were about processes and controls and other things, and the action plan to put them in place is due the end of March. And I would hope, again, on trust, that explanation from me is helpful, Councillor Wyness, to you, Council, and members of the public who are listening. You then had a question, I believe, about downtown and ownership, and I would just invite Director Mala to pop up and address that question.
Thank you, Mr. Dalglish, and through the Mayor to Councillor Wyness. A couple ways of looking at that. physically, we don't own a portion of the asset in terms of the land title, but we do own the tax account. So by investing in the properties, we do generate a dividend on that property every year. And so if it's declining, we collect less, but when we invest in things that will generate a greater value, then we do have a dividend, but we do not own the physical asset. But the other thing the other problem we're trying to solve downtown is the safety and vibrancy. And so we get a direct benefit of more people living in the downtown, and also the vitality and vibrancy that comes with that, which gives us a safety dividend as well. So we look at it in those kinds of terms.
So for the buildings that have come online, and I've also asked this through the portal, what's the vacancy rates? Do we have the vacancy rates of the conversions? How fast do they fill up for 100% occupancy?
Yeah, we have in one of the charts in the Q&A that's been sent, it depends on, many of them are still in lease up. The first one that was that came to market is 98% occupied, and then it goes down to 22% for the ones that are most recent. But in general speaking, they're leasing up in a fairly timely fashion.
Have anyone, when it comes to these build-outs, we see that CMHC is entering, and you answered Kim's question for when it comes to affordable housing, pretty much the only terms are the federal government on this. So we're essentially paying out for one of the last announcements, was it what, 10.2 million for 75 below market houses for 10 years? That was ultimately the return for those looking for affordable housing off of a conversion?
It depends on the building, but
the millions of dollars will fluctuate based on what it is.
Yeah, but as I mentioned, our program specifically is not designed as an affordable housing delivery program. It is an office space removal program that achieves its goals by converting space to things, including housing. And so it was never designed for the cities. So that's not one of our performance metrics for our program, is that it wasn't one of the directions from council that it deliver affordable housing. But we have seen that benefit because of the way it meshes with housing delivery in Canada right now, is through, and Mr. Hendry spoke to the programs that CMHC offers, that does generate affordable housing through those projects.
Now, do you look at the fact that CMHC is lending pretty much 95% loan to value on these buildings, and that essentially is sort of a taxpayer subsidy in this marketplace?
I'll speak on you might want to speak to it in general terms. From relative to our program, our terms of reference requires financial due diligence to ensure that the project has a very good likelihood of completing and getting a result, so that we don't tie up money in our program for projects that don't. In order for anybody to get funding, any private multifamily builder now to get funding, they need some type of either upfront equity or certificate of insurance from CMHC, which allows them then to go get private lending. So CMHC is a government agency that assists developers in acquiring financing. So in that way, they're not providing a subsidy to these projects in a direct way, but they are providing financing at rates that allow their rates to be lower than a non-CMHC involved project.
And also the money that we entice or grant out or give out as part of this program do not actually factor into the lending that these buildings are getting to convert, correct? They're not. I know the truth.
So, and no, it's a good question. So that happens in a couple of ways. So when the projects are, when we're going through the evaluation and working with the applicants, once we get to a stage of a funding agreement, we do require, prior to that, we require that they have a financial certainty, that they have an institution saying, yeah, we will fund this. Once the funding agreement is done, that allows them to complete their financing. So how that plays out on an individual is between the lender and the developer. We're not a party to that.
But that's my point. The building has to be fully funded to actually, and our money in the equation doesn't actually help them get the money to complete these bonuses. It's just they want to do it so that at the completion of the project, it goes onto their balance sheet for a surplus or a dividend payout or whatever the structure of the company we financed.
Again, I don't think I can speak to the individual real estate deals of each of these. Because it's not standardized.
Free money. It's grant money.
But I think it's fair to say without our money, they would be challenged, and without our money and without the CMHC, they would be challenged to get financing.
No, because
through
that's my
private market.
crux. It's our money the financial institutions can't grab. Hence why when a building couldn't complete milestones, we hold the money back.
Correct.
And they forgo our grant. So that's really not a part of the financial ability for these projects to complete. But you keep ascribing it to say that without our money, they can't get lending to complete this project. The lender can't actually incorporate our money into the lending because if they go bankrupt, we will not give the lender the $10 million for the project if they were to go bankrupt. That's how the deal is struck.
I could not generalize on the structure of those deals. That
But
each
it's
one.
a variable in what we're saying here. You're kind of saying two things. One, you're saying these guys can't complete this without our money, but at the same time, they have to provide us with a paper from a financial institution saying this project is fully financed. That's why I'm frustrated with your answers, because you're trying to not say that these buildings can still proceed without our money. They can proceed without our money.
Councillor Wyness,
Yeah.
if I may,
Yeah.
as Mr. Muller said, we don't get involved in the individual financial.
But you've been talking about saying that without this money, these buildings don't go, so you're picking and choosing when we're gonna answer that question.
I think what we can say, and maybe, because I don't have the stats in my head, but maybe Mr. Muller can speak to the 5 years or so prior to the program and how many item or conversions we saw come forward on their own, and then what's happening now. And I know you have different information and intel that we don't necessarily have.
Yeah, but the point is, this program was great when we entered the marketplace and no one was doing it. We've put $200 million towards it. What is your exit strategy? We have a council directive, but we now have seen other governments enter the marketplace. Do you want to continue to put another $200 million? When is, yes, you have square footage, but council can direct you to go in a different direction when we see other orders of government enter the marketplace, correct?
Yes, and absolutely, we are already doing that. We run scenarios. What if we don't get funding? Our mandate is still to remove that 6 million square feet, and we're open to considering alternates to doing that. The risk of not having any funding with this budget cycle is we can't open another window. So projects that are in flight, we could potentially lose a year or two of project delivery.
Or the marketplace can move on after the initial stimulus we've given or direction that this is working.
Councillor Wyness, sorry to interrupt you. Would you mind lifting your microphone just a little bit? Perfect,
There.
so we can all hear you.
So we can still let the projects that are in flight still go. They're all funded. They all have money attached to them. You're just asking for more money without council direction to have that additional 40. It was an implicit decision by administration, correct?
When the program was approved in 2021, we were clear that it was a 10-year strategy. But we would come to council for funding as required.
But it was a 10-year strategy with hopes that other orders of government would start stepping into the marketplace, correct?
And they have, yes.
Yeah, so now we can start making an exit strategy?
The sooner we can get out of it, the better, right? But the point is, if our goal is to instill and maintain a certain level of consistency and certainty for the development industry for what they can be expected. If they're going to acquire a building for the purpose of repurposing or adapting, having line of sight to future funding is part of that. So that's why we're continuing to ask for it. So if there is a gap in funding, those projects may not even get to the starting line because somebody won't acquire the building necessarily.
Do you have a breakdown of how much funding's gone to like luxury condos versus sort of medium income condo? And well, we know the low income because of CMHC, but do you have a breakdown of how many are luxury condos?
So none of the projects are condominium. They're all rental.
Well, luxury rental condominium where the price point would be perceived as luxury.
The definition of what's luxury, so the price, what I can say is the prices are quite variable. So we have some that are.
On a price variable, like.
We don't track the rent specifically, but that is something we could provide if, but it requires the developers to, we can sort of do it post occupancy, but.
Yeah, that'd be a good report to get to council. I think, I got 20 seconds. Calgarians, and this was one of the risks we saw with this program when we first started making announcements, Calgarians thought these would be below market affordable, and that was one of the criticisms Calgarians gave this program. And so I think, as you can guess, council's going to try and not approve the 40 million because we now have other governments entering the marketplace. And I'll pass the mic.
Thank you, Councillor. Over to Councillor Yule. Oh, Councillor Jameson.
Thank you, Chair. Question for Mr. Henry. Did I pronounce that right? Okay.
Henry, I'll answer.
Wonderful. So just two questions, just line one, line two. I'll start with line two first, which is the downtown office conversion. I've kind of been deleting some questions because other councillors have asked them. So if I double up, I'm not intending to. But so your report states that Calgary currently leads the country in housing starts and has ample land supply to continue delivering high volume of new units in the next couple of years. Given that, why is the city investing an additional 40 million into office to residential conversions? What specific gap or need is this funding addressing that the private sector is not already meeting? So in other words, why do we need this to meet our goals when there is currently a surplus?
I think I would direct that question to Tom, if that's okay.
So if you could rephrase the question for me so I can be clear.
Okay. So what specific gap or need is this funding addressing that the private market is not already meeting? Because in other words, why do we need this to meet our goals when we're already meeting them and there is already a supply?
Okay, so
or surplus, sorry.
Yeah, no, good question, Councillor Jameson. So it's really there's two different things, two different issues that we're addressing through this program. The main one is how to get these vacant, declining asset office buildings gone. There used to be a line saying Calgary's not overbuilt, we're under demolished. If we could incent demolition, that's one of the things we've been trying to do. That's one way of approaching that problem. And the problem we're solving there is to increase the remaining tax base in the office pool. The housing side of things was kind of a fortuitous benefit that we received incredible demand for housing, as you know, over the last few years. And that demand allowed these projects to use housing as a way of exiting these buildings from being redundant office assets, essentially. So, but on the supply side of things, we're still, these projects do take time to come to market. Most large, high-rise apartments, they will look at the market and pace themselves. But the developers we've been talking to are not worried about a short-term oversupply because that oversupply gets absorbed really quickly when things change. But if it becomes a perpetual or an ongoing issue, then the whole market slows down. All housing will stop. It won't be just an office conversion issue. It'll be all development will slow down. The other thing I wanted to really emphasize is these projects, the other thing that's happened is a lot of the people moving into the units, or some of the people moving into the units, are coming from existing units within our rental stock. So they're moving from, say, an older building in the Beltline into a new unit in the downtown. So that's actually freeing up another unit, which is often more affordable than the one that they're moving into. So even if the market is showing vacancy, there's still movement within the market, which is good for our downtown property base. But it might, a developer of an existing apartment building may be impacted by some movement within the market.
So speaking of developers, I'm just trying to understand how this works. So the developer private money is used for the initial construction conversion costs. And then only when the units are livable and occupancy is granted, that's when the city pays. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What mechanism is in place if it never gets filled and stays vacant?
There is no mechanism to require it because our goal is that it convert to residential and it would pay tax based on the converted building. And so that happens in lots of market times when condo buildings, for example, that was the last iteration I went through in the downtown. We had an oversupply of condos and then they just stopped getting built and eventually absorbs, similar to any other part of the housing market. So But the city's money going in, our outcome is it's no longer office.
The matrix for whether this is a success or whether it gets filled is not really then based on people living in it. It's just whether or not it's it has occupancy has been granted or obtained. Is that correct?
Well, I might ask Mr. Lee to join how we treat a building that has high vacancy versus less vacancy might be assessed at a different rate. So it does impact our outcome, but the principal goal is to remove the office so that the residual office has greater value. But I'll let Mr. Lee speak to that.
So the property assessments are based upon market value, and market value is basically a function of supply and demand. So when
No, so I'm not asking about that. I'm asking, so your matrix, whether or not it's success based on units and whether or not it's being used or not. That's more what I'm asking. So for us to declare that something is a success, does matrix have nothing to do with whether people actually live in these units or not? That's really my question. Yeah.
Well, that's not a requirement of the program. We can't require people to live in a unit at closure.
Well, I think my question was more, no, I know you can't require that, but it was more, the city's not tracking that in any way.
Oh, we're absolutely tracking it. So we will know. So this is where the market value assessment comes in. We will know what the occupancy rates are of any type of rental building or office building, because that determines how much it's assessed.
in terms of assessments, they are usually on a general basis unless there are exceptional circumstances. So all of the types of vacancy would play into the role of the valuation, and obviously the higher valuation is a higher proportion of taxes that property would pay.
Okay, that makes sense.
Councillor Jamieson, if I may also add, just a reminder, we're on, our priority right here is housing, and we're talking a lot about housing. But as was mentioned previously, the program is also for hotel space. And we know from Tourism Calgary that we need about 3,000 more hotels, hotel rooms in the downtown area. And this program is also delivering on hotels. Just wanted to share that.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I understand there is a commercial aspect there. 2 more questions. Okay, I'll be quick. I only got a few minutes left. So more on the affordability side again, and I know you've talked about this a few times, but so of the units generated by the next $40 million in conversion funding, how many would be affordable or below market value, and what percentage of the total units in these projects will actually meet the defined affordability criteria when what you said before was that you don't track rent?
So our program, the 40 million, if we got 40 million, we would not require that any of the units be affordable. The city would not track that. It would be up to the private developer that's doing the project to get their financing, which could include the CMHC pathway, or as we've also seen, they have gone to the province of Alberta through the affordable housing. And in those cases, it's the province or the federal government that would do the tracking and monitoring of the numbers of units. But what we can say is that based on the portfolio of projects that we have now, which is the 21 projects, about 2,700 units, almost 20% of those have been below market as defined by CMHC.
And if I can supplement just on the concept of affordability and why programs like the downtown conversion program are so important, is that just like the Home is Here is comprised of 98 different action items, there's not one solution that will solve the housing affordability crisis, issue, concern, however you want to call it, right? We need to have supply-based programs such as the downtown conversion program that act to revitalize the core of our city, increase safety, increase livability, while, yes, delivering market rents, but a wider supply and option. And then at the same time, you know, within my team and other teams here at the city, we are delivering targeted, non-market, affordable, rent geared to income, a variety of different programs that are focused on delivering that affordable actions. You know, right now, we are investing in the downtown through other dollars to just 100% affordable programs. And so I just want to state that as we talk about housing affordability, it is a big task. And this council, this city, the team here should be proud of the fact that we grew by record numbers, right? About 175,000 people in the last 2 years, and our home prices are getting cheaper. That is astounding, right? That we've been able to manage that population inflow and respond to it in such a way that we are seeing pressures begin to ease. And so I think it's immensely important that when we talk about affordability, that supply-focused programs are immensely important in delivering overall affordability, even if an individual unit may be at a full market rate.
No, that makes sense. Thank you for saying that. I think what a lot of us, fellow councillors is wondering is this, is the ROI worth it? Is this $40 million to keep going down this road? Is it worth it based on the amount of information that we have, based on the data that's back? And I think that's what a lot of councillors have to decide, is do we want to keep funding this, with taxpayer dollars? So that's kind of, why I ask these questions, and maybe why others are too. One more thing, I'm almost out of time, one more thing.
Jameson, can I just respond to that?
Of course.
Is the ROI there? I've been listening to the questions, and I'll start where Director Mahler was. And the program began with we had a problem, a significant problem. 14 million square feet of downtown office space was vacant. More office space than some cities have office space. The drop in value, Mr. Lee's here, went from, I think, $25 billion in downtown value to about $8 billion, a $17 billion drop. This was a massive, massive problem that we were dealing with 5 to 6 years ago. And so the strategy was a 10-year strategy, but with some super clear targets around, one of which was to demise that amount of office space from 14 million square feet by 6 million square feet down to about 8 million. So this has been a progressive program to do that. And we're now seeing, and Mr. Lee can speak to it, we're about halfway into the 6 million square feet in terms of demise. And Mr. Lee can speak to the actual ROI that we're beginning to see on the taxes. But there is more than that. And I think this is really important for council to understand as well. Mr. Mahler mentioned that we're actually found a way to deliver homes, and we found a way to deliver homes really, really quickly. Speed to housing was one really important element that has come out of it was really an innovation. And so that's another element. When you put more people into the downtown, we also have one of our other key priority areas is safety. When you put more people into the downtown, you have a positive impact on your safety. When Mr. Thompson is investing in infrastructure in the downtown, which was a second element of the strategy, the part of the strategy was the incentive program, demise the office space. The other was bring on amenity into the downtown. So we have investments that are doing that. So lining up the people who are coming into the residences and the hotels and the students with the infrastructure investments is actually really, really smart in terms of city building. And again, Mr. Lee can speak to the fact that on the ROI and just the tax piece specifically, but we're also, in addition to what Mr. Lee will mention, we're seeing actually a 7-fold economic activity increase as well. So Mr. Lee, maybe just on the taxes.
Yes, you bet. So with regards to the municipal property taxes, so when these properties were being converted, these were vacant, lower-class office towers. And as Mr. Dalglish was saying, we had a glut of office space due to the economic downturn. So at the year of pre-conversion, these collective, so we currently have 6 completed projects that we can sort of measure the tax change in that. So out of the 6 projects that have been completed, collectively, they were generating about $500,000 in property tax. Today, after completion, they are generating about $1.2 million in taxes. So that's over double the amount of property tax generation.
Now, that's if private companies are not in that space. Because I know that the push, and I think the issue was you guys couldn't get companies to fill it, right? You couldn't get businesses back downtown to fill these spaces that once existed. So this is the solution. And has it never been to try to get private business back in those spaces, or you just can't?
So I'm glad you asked that question. Thank you, Councillor Jameson, because when we first started this strategy, it was done also at the same time as we were dealing with the energy, the decimation of the energy sector. And so Calgary Economic Development was actively working on the strategy to diversify our downtown employment base. And so the Opportunity Calgary Investment Fund was one of the other things that through CED and City Council that we now have that fund to try and create companies or entice companies to come into the city in general. And if we have a great downtown, that was partly the strategy, they would take up space in the office buildings. And we've had actually some very good success with that. And so we have had some positive absorption, but unfortunately we've had more negative absorption as the energy sector continues to consolidate and workplaces continue to minimize the amount of floor area per employee that they have as they go into a hybrid workforce. We actually have still the highest negative absorption in Canada. And so we still have about 12 million square feet of vacant office space in our downtown core, most of which will never be invested in for office space because there's not enough demand for that. But I also want to say there might be demand for AA. What's happening in Toronto, for instance, is the demand for AA space as everybody moves to get employees into the office, they're moving to the highly amenitized buildings. There may be demand for AA space for a new office building in Calgary before there's demand for all of those B and C buildings that nobody knows what to do with. So this strategy works at removing those buildings to make those neighborhoods vibrant. Imagine if the 21 buildings that we had approved were all sitting vacant with no path to transition. The west end of downtown would continue to be in a significant decline. The investment momentum, the interest for a builder to buy a vacant office building with no upward trajectory in economic development or neighborhood revitalization, it would be very difficult. So while a building might be up for sale, they're more likely to go into receivership, those buildings, than they would be to be repurposed. And I think that's what our strategy is trying to do. It's removing those obsolete buildings and replacing them with a vibrant use, which is residential, which is really the silver bullet strategy of any downtown that's struggling.
Councillor Jamieson, I'm just going to add, for those of us that are visual, the 12 million square feet that Director Mahler mentioned is equivalent to 7 bow towers. That's the scale of the issue that we have, and that's why it's a long-term strategy.
You know, and I can appreciate that. This has been a very big challenge that a lot of Calgarians have spoken about. I just would prefer to have businesses back in those spaces, and not convert to residential, in a perfect world. I'm almost out of time, so let me just one more thing. It's just about the number one. It's the Barron Building. I know a few have asked about it already, but the $7.5 million in funding. Can you tell me? Why does the Barron Building need that 7.5 in subsidy? Like exactly, can you tell me what that's for exactly? Because it's different than the other line.
Yeah, thank you for the question. That the Barron Building is an interesting saga. It's been going on a long time. It started conversion long before we had, even before 2014, I believe. So it has struggled in terms of what they've encountered as they went through reconstruction of the building. It's a heritage building, so it is part of their reconstruction of the building and adaptation includes a $1 million grant from the city on the heritage preservation elements. But they have encountered complexities within that building and they've struggled. So I can't get into the terms of the original agreement, but we did terminate under the first agreement we had under the terms of reference was terminated. The project had stopped for a period of time. It is underway again, but they did approach council through the last, it was really the last council meetings of the previous council to see if that funding could be reinstituted now that they've been able to get their feedback under them on that property. So it would undoubtedly help the project. The risk on that project is it doesn't complete. And that, when we were talking previously, those kinds of projects really impact the values and the quality of life of the neighborhood around them. So vacant buildings, derelict buildings are a real problem in any city. And so that's, I think, one of the other issues that program, if I go back to the council of the day that set it up, that was one of the things that they were concerned about. And that's what that money would be for.
Okay, last thing to that is, so to this date, how many dollars have been invested by the city so far, if any?
None.
None, $0?
Correct.
Right now, the work that was done that was like lost by the investor, essentially.
Correct.
Okay.
The
Thank
city
you.
has, maybe just for, the city has worked with the developer over the years to modify their building plans. So through the planning process and through the work with our heritage teams, we really have worked with that developer to try and do as much as we can to make things happen.
And how do you know that 7.5 million is going to accomplish the goal? Like, where did that come from? You guys came up with that, or is that the number that they requested?
That was the number requested at the time. It was somewhat equivalent to the $75 per square foot of the program that we had elsewhere. The building's about 100,000, just over 100,000 square feet, so it is similar to that number.
Thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Yule.
CEO Dalglish, just you were given some great background on this program, but I was also wondering if you could give me some background on the reasoning of bringing the housing office outside of the rest of the administration. Is there any like new councillor here just trying to get the background on that aspect?
Sure. Essentially, this was a council-approved strategy. That was a very big strategy. And one of the goals of my office has actually been to accelerate and increase the effectiveness of achieving council's agenda, of which housing is one. And with each of those sort of council agenda priorities, which I've said my office would, which we've said this office would lean in on, housing was one of those. And so as we looked at the housing office, when the strategy was approved, we realized that it needed senior level leadership, so that was one aspect. That really didn't warrant resulting in needing to move it into my office area. But I think it was really the extent to which the office needs to work with other partners, other orders of government, that sort of lateral outside the city of Calgary work, and also just really increase its profile within the city of Calgary. Housing is one of those things where things are happening housing all across the city, not just in one area. There are things happening in the planning area, Deb Hamilton's area. There are things happening in Michael Thompson's area, and there are things which need to contribute in whether it's finance or across into our community services and opera. So it was a lateral across the organization piece, and we felt that at least for a period of time, this office could be better located in my office, where I have sort of additional span of control, you might say, and was able to sort of support the type of support that was needed from across the organization to help the office. And so those were some of the reasons in the background.
And Councillor Wyness brought up an audit. Was there something that triggered that audit, or was that just built into everything?
If I understand the background, again, I think as part of my answer, I complimented our city audit team, because they come in early and do audits. We were early in the strategy, and I actually think that what happened is the audit was suggested by administration as something that could help early in the process of implementing the Home is Here strategy, and it absolutely has.
Okay. And so this morning you showed some charts just about the housing funding we're getting from the federal government. Like, one of the things that I've kind of, like, as a outsider, like, watching this go along, this has all been about affordable housing, and looking at those targets that we had, the affordable housing and the middle housing, which is what's been broadcast as what we're like trying to achieve, we're not hitting those targets. Is there any feedback on why we're not hitting those targets?
I think, Councillor Yule, you were talking about the non-market housing specifically.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. And so early days, and in some exchange with Councillor Pantzopoulos this morning, we talked a little bit about that. The very ambitious target is for 3,000 non-market units. I think we're in the, for last year, we're in the 120 range. And yet we're seeing that we're seeing that amount from a building permit perspective. We see that increasing. I think it's at 300 at the end of Q3, so it'll be more than that by the end of 2025. And so you're seeing a substantial increase in that figure already from 2024. But really, essentially, that's the work that we need to do. That's the work that this office, the leadership that we're going to need to do is going to, where that's going to come in. To get to 3,000 is going to take A, intensity of effort, B, making sure that we've got the right data, the right information to make sure that when we do get funding and when we have funding and when we can invest, we do it in all the right places so that we can move that figure that is probably maybe 300 to 400 by the end of this year to get to that 3,000 market. So this will take some time. As Director Hendry pointed out earlier today, I think housing is a long game. There's a length to that cycle, so it will take time. But if we lean in on it, if we put the right resources and the right effort in the right places, I believe that we're going to be able to make significant strides, and we already have in just a short time.
And just to supplement as well, historically, the city has seen about 150 to 200 non-market homes annually prior to this strategy, right? And so the goal of 3,000 is a large, audacious goal that was suggested by the council-approved Housing Affordability Task Force and then ratified in the Home is Here strategy. So it is a stretch goal. And so we're really proud of what we've been able to do to build capacity in the sector thus far, right? Going from 150 and now, to development permits in the pipeline, getting close to the 1,000 in last year. Now we need to essentially 3x the 7x, right? And that's what we're working to do with the private sector, with the non-market sector, with the teams here, working in a variety of ways to streamline, reduce the red tape, and invest in non-market homes for Calgarians.
Okay, thank you for that. The other thing I wanted to touch on was the facilitating city growth line item. Is there certain communities targeted for that?
And just Director Davies Murphy will walk down here and address that question.
And
yeah.
I can start as Ms. Davies Murphy is walking down, Councillor Yule. So the point one operating is to support Calgary Transit for 6 growth applications that were recently approved that had operating only costs, and that's going to deliver 6,500 units. And then the 10 million capital, with my friend Michael here beside me, is for functional planning and design work for future growth-related capital.
So are there communities targeted in that, or it's?
Send that over to Ms. Davies.
Thank you, Councillor Yule. I'm Kathy Davies Murphy. I'm the Director of City and Regional Planning. And GM Hamilton nailed that answer. What I will tell you about the specific communities, the operating investment is for transit in the community of Belvedere, which is already building out and has reached the point where transit should be introduced. The $10 million in capital is advancing many different projects to shovel ready, so that as new growth areas are ready, we've done some of the preliminary design work for that.
So with this adjustment, do you have a timeline on shovel ready? Like if we invest in this, do we have a timeline on when that might be?
Some of it will be related to growth communities that have already been approved, and some is to get some pre-work done for growth communities that are yet to be approved.
Okay, understood. Okay, thank you. That's everything.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Over to Councillor Johnston.
Sorry, do we have any Calgary housing representatives here today?
No, Councillor Johnston, Calgary Housing Company is a separate, wholly owned subsidiary, so they wouldn't be here as part of this process.
This one's for Mr. Stuart Daglish there. You said you received an email on Friday, or were you in a meeting on Friday? Or was it Monday? In regards to the funding for the rezoning.
I sent an email on Friday to council in regard to, as a follow-up to a meeting that had occurred amongst administration members and I believe Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation representatives.
Could I get a list of who was there for that meeting?
We can I think we can say right here in this meeting, Director Hendry, I believe you were at that meeting and you would know who was there.
Yes, it was a high-level preliminary conversation between myself and one individual at Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation that's involved in the Housing Accelerator Fund, and we thought it was prudent to communicate information to council. And of course, in that communication that was provided on Friday, we did use the word paused. We did also speak to ongoing conversations that would be occurring over the weekend, and that there is some room for discussion with CMHC, and that's what resulted in the follow-up email that was also mentioned in COO Dalglish's presentation that was provided, I believe, on Monday at the afternoon break, if I recall correctly.
Okay, and sorry, who was it you met with CMHC?
I'd have to check, but I don't think we disclose other administration members of other orders of government that we're having conversations with. Out of respect for another order of government, I would want to check with them to confirm that they're comfortable with that.
Okay.
So we'll do that.
Sorry?
We'll do that. We'll confirm with them, and we'll get you that name if they're good with it.
Okay, perfect. A lot of my questions have been answered so far. Are a lot of these funds for the CMHC, are a lot of those funds administrative? Like, would you be able to quantify which funds would be specifically for incentives or some of that for administrative purposes?
Correct, yes, we could. So the funds are spent pursuant to the HAF action plan, which was part of the slide presented earlier today. So the HAF action plan was approved on June 6th of 2023 by council. That HAF action plan consisted of 10 potential initiatives to a total amount of $300 million. We then submitted that to the federal government, which resulted in the Housing Accelerator Fund contract, which was 7 initiatives for $228 million. And so we can speak and provide numbers to where the dollars are going and where the initiatives, grants or administrative costs and so on. The vast majority of those dollars, I could ask the team here to get you a percentage, but the vast majority is spent on grants and programs or investment in city infrastructure to enable further housing supply.
Is the Barron building $7.5 million, is that contingent on the building being finished like the other $40 million?
Just to save Director Mahler the walk-up, it's tied to occupancy.
It is, okay.
Just the one thing I would like to clarify, Councillor Johnston, is the money that's been put aside would be for the building. And an applicant would have to come forward to apply for it, and we would vet it. So I just want to be clear with all of council that the money is not a guarantee that the current owner would be successful in getting the money. It's for, you would be setting it aside for the building, and then it would still have a rigorous process for vetting as per the terms of reference of that, of the Barron Building program.
Perfect. And you guys say you guys keep track of rental occupancy downtown. I mean, simple searches online shows hundreds of rentals, either matching or actually cheaper than some of the units you guys are converting here. Is this just not going to be bad for the market if we flood even more rentals in there?
Thanks for that, because I did get a note from my team. They, in fact, are tracking. So within my team, we also have some real estate market intelligence, and they do keep track of what's happening in the market. And on average in the downtown, the projects that we are delivering are less than on average of all of the other units within the downtown, if that makes sense. So they're very competitive with the market. And as we discussed earlier, the market will do what the market does in terms of deciding whether to proceed or not. it's not the city building these units. It would be a private developer, and they would not get, it would be up to their decision whether to.
No, sorry, it is the city building them, because without the city's money, they wouldn't be building them. So it is directly the city building these buildings, right?
Well, our equity into, the money we're putting into the building is only one.
I know, but
part.
without that money, they wouldn't be building these apartments or condos. So it is the city building these when we're.
Potentially.
No, it is.
Yeah.
Okay. I think the smarter thing would be to put a pause on this until either the market isn't so saturated. I'm not a big fan of corporate welfare, and I feel this is what this is. And so I just suggest to the rest of the council, let's stop funding corporate welfare. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Over to Councillor Chabot.
Thank you. I hope it wasn't because I came over and talked to you that you recognized me. Thanks.
No, you were in the chat.
So a couple of questions. The affordable housing unit in Southview, 26.2 capital. Are we leveraging any half funding for that?
So for that project in particular, we are not leveraging half funding, but they do have matching dollars through a provincial program. Calgary Housing does directly through the Affordable Housing Partnership Program that I believe their program includes the value of the land. So I can get you the exact figure, but I think it's around $28 or $29 million in matching provincial funds.
Oh, they're pulling the city of Calgary on us, are they?
I'm new, I don't know what that means.
What I mean by that is that typically when we try to leverage other orders of government to provide funding for affordable housing, we would vet in our lands as our matching contribution.
It's a point well taken. I guess to some extent they are doing that. And what it means for us, though, is it means, or for Calgarians broadly, is more dollars being invested that are provincial dollars being invested in the city. And you know, one of our main takeaways or goals of the strategy is to leverage that funding of other orders of government, whether it's coming directly to us or being provided to the non-market, nonprofit providers.
Although it's probably not public-facing information, I'd be very interested in knowing just how much they upzone that land to maximize on their land value contribution for the matching component. But again, that's probably confidential. But I'd be very interested in seeing exactly what it is that they vetted in as the value of the land. But it is now titled to us, is that correct?
I believe that land, I could look for clarity to the team, but it would either be in title with us right now and we would be vending it to Calgary Housing, or it is owned by Calgary Housing. I'm not sure on the specifics of title ownership at this moment.
Calgary Housing, City of Calgary, so the same.
Exactly, wholly owned subsidiary for sure, yeah.
Thanks for that. The secondary suite program, I believe Mr. Jardin can best answer this question. And thank you so much for all the great work you've done over the years, especially in helping me with this file to try and move the needle in regards to getting the minister to actually extend the abbreviated version of the interpretation of the Alberta Building Code to facilitate this. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, that is scheduled to end in 2026
It is scheduled to end at the end of 2026, correct?
Okay,
Yes.
so we had some half funding for it.
Mhm.
Do you know, I thought it was fully subscribed, or pretty much fully subscribed.
Yes, our half funding is fully subscribed and it will be used up by the end of Q1. So we will be through all the half funding by the end of Q1. And so far, we have added 5,800 suites with that funding.
Converted
Yep.
illegal ones to legal.
900 illegal have been converted.
And new ones, okay, excellent. We had put in like $4 million annually.
Yes.
Base budget.
In base budget, that's right.
But we didn't utilize it in year one, so it rolled back into
That's right.
FSR.
That's right, that's right.
Is there any way that, well, it's obviously going to be fully subscribed next year based on the current run rate.
Right.
What happens if it runs out?
What happens when the funding runs out? When the half funding runs out, we still have the 4 million every,
That's what I mean, if and when the 4 million runs out as well,
then the program would end. If the 4 million,
or at least suspended until the following year?
that's
because
right,
it's
that's
built
right.
into the
So we
base.
have 4 million every year, you're right. And so that will give us 500 units a year. And once that 500 is subscribed to in the year, without half funding, then it would be paused until the following year.
Okay, I'm asking this question for a very specific reason for members of council, that because this temporary approval of an abbreviated version of the secondary suite to bring them into compliance, that will end in 2026. And so if our funding runs out, I may be coming to council at some point looking for some one-time funding to maximize on that opportunity to allow as many of those illegal suites to be converted to legal
Right.
ones, as well as to bring some of them into compliance.
Yes, it's very important work. We've done great work getting illegal suites safe. We know every year that people die in illegal suites, and it's been really positively recognized that the city's made this contribution to safe suites.
Yeah, it's been an awesome program. Thank you for all the work that you and Mr. de Jong have done on this to help me to move that needle. That was all the questions I had for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks again for your great work. So sorry you're leaving.
Thank you.
To Mr. Mahler. Thanks. Sorry, Tom. I know you've been asked a million questions on this program.
If I say I'm retiring, would you be nicer to me?
Sorry, what? You're not retiring, are you?
I'm not retiring.
Okay. All right.
I think that's called early retirement.
Yeah.
So one of the intent, of course, was to try and incentivize, I guess, re-occupancy on some of the ones that aren't converting. Are we seeing any resurgence in occupancy in some of the non-res properties that were previously vacant that may have stimulated, I guess, the industry to reoccupy some of those office towers as a result of some of this investment?
Yes, so my team tracks that fairly actively in conjunction. We talk regularly to a lot of the brokers, CBRE, Avison Young, and Calgary Economic Development, and there is good absorption in the AA buildings. We're seeing lease up, so the vacancy rates at the top end of the market I wouldn't say they're going down rapidly, but they are stabilized and they're doing fairly well. The other thing that's happened is we've also seen some acquisition of properties which have been refurbished and leasing up to small tenants as well. So that's potentially some B-class buildings that have been acquired. If they're well located, we are getting some uptake. But on balance, we're still, if it were not for our program, the vacancy rate would still be going up.
So we're not really reversing the trend.
Well, we are stabilizing a trend. The numbers we've seen, some of the evaluations that we've had would say if we were doing nothing, vacancy rates could be up to 40%, and we're at about 30%. So our program has reduced vacancies permanently by 2 to 3% as it stands now.
Have we seen an increase in assessment in the non-res properties that has been resulted from what we've done on the from non-res to res? Has it increased the assessed value of some of the adjacent properties?
Yeah, I will let Mr. Lee speak to that.
So overall, we have seen increased values in the downtown. So from 2022 to 2025, we have seen the total assessment base in the downtown go up by about 1.8 billion.
And are we tracking how much additional revenue has been generated since that? Or, sorry, how much tax revenue has shifted back into the downtown from that change in evaluation?
So in terms of that, please bear with me. We are still seeing downtown as a percentage of overall revenues relatively stable. That is a factor as well of the tremendous growth that we have seen within the city, around the different areas and within the industrial base. But we are seeing downtown values more or less stabilize.
Right, well, I'd be very interested in knowing just how much additional tax has been generated on the non-res side as well, as a total number, without the assessment. I just want to, not today, something you can provide for me afterwards, and something that I'd like to see us track on an ongoing basis, because it does help to sell what it is that we're doing. And part of the challenge with the office conversion that I had from non-res to res, is that because of the devaluation of the downtown, a lot of that tax burden got shifted into other non-residential properties. By taking them out of the non-residential component, it prevents that opportunity for that tax burden to shift back to those properties, because they're no longer non-res. They are now res. So the tax burden from the non-res that got shifted out of the downtown doesn't have the opportunity to shift back, because they're no longer non-res once we've converted them. And that was part of the challenge I had with this whole program, was that it takes away that element of allowing that tax burden to shift back into the downtown as the downtown recovers in its assessed value. Albeit I get that it's not a huge number, it's still something, especially when you're talking about a smaller tax base in the outlying areas.
I did want to provide, this is a good opportunity to provide some context about the size of our office. Calgary has the most office square footage per capita in North America. We are over-reliant on office space so even with the removals that we're talking about, we will still have more office space if we remove 6 million, we'll still have more office space than most municipalities in Canada based on our overall size. And I think that's where there's lots of opportunity for new office buildings that meet market conditions. We still have vacant land. We also have the opportunity for demolition, which we are seeing, demolition. And then there's room in the existing assets to increase in value. And so that's the goal.
Yeah, I'd be interested in seeing what percentage of the overall office component we're converting with this 6 million square feet. What is the percentage of the overall office makeup, if you will, that $6 million or 6 million square feet represents? What's our total square feet?
Councillor Chabot, you're at time, so I'm going to deem that to be your last question for this first round.
Yeah, if you can just answer that one.
Just rough numbers, we have over 50 million square feet in our downtown. 6 million square feet removal is just around 10%. So it's not that big.
6 versus 50?
Well, 6 million out of 50.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
I will jump in for a couple minutes prior to our break, which is scheduled for 3:15. For Mr. Hendry, when it comes to housing, who is doing the best in Canada and why?
Thank you, Mayor Farkas. Canada is the leader. Calgary. I screwed it up.
That's what the Prime Minister said.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I was listening to his messaging over lunch. Jokes aside, Calgary is Canada's housing engine. We have this year to date, enabled the most amount of housing on an absolute basis across the country. And so when you adjust that per capita, you're getting 5x of what Toronto is doing on a per capita basis. We are doing that through investment in the items you see here before you today, as well as things like the Home is Here strategy. We're focused on cutting red tape, working with the sector, and just doing what we can to truly listen and enable housing supply, choice, and affordability for all Calgarians.
Who's doing the worst?
I'm not going to answer that question.
And then where I'm going with this is I'm kind of trying to attribute that success to what, right? Like, so when we think about the Housing Affordability Task Force, when we think about the many dozens of recommendations, when you think about various policy initiatives, the city's involvement through the regulatory process, through zoning, through capital, it's hard to actually tease out what is contributing, like what is the gas in the engine if we know the engine is revving.
For sure. And I appreciate this question. I think better than most, I'm well suited to answer this. For those who I haven't had the chance to meet formally in detail, my entire career has been as a land developer. So I joined the city in January, as has been mentioned a couple times today. But prior to that, I spent 15 years in the private development sector. And that was usually at companies that have exposure to other major Canadian markets, whether it's Edmonton, Toronto, Montreal, Vancouver, et cetera. And the thing that sets Calgary apart is a couple things, but it is really that we as Albertans in Calgary do things different. We are willing to take bold risks. We're willing to create a portfolio in an office like mine as the chief housing officer, that my job is to be focused on this and work collaboratively with all the great team members you've seen and spoken to today to genuinely listen to industry and collaborate. There's one sentence that really resonates with me when I started this job, is that Calgary is a big world of 20 people. And the fact of the matter is that if there's somebody having issues developing in this city, they are a text message away from COO Dalgleish, they're a text message away from me, from Director Goldstein, et cetera. We are here to truly listen, and we don't do it through one specific avenue. We instead do it through a very wide corporate approach and ethos, and it's why I'm very proud that I've joined the city, and I think you all should know that we do things like same-day building permits that in other municipalities can take months and months and months. And so when you're a private sector developer and you're looking at where do I invest my limited capital for the quickest, fastest return, you are gonna work in areas that you know you can confidently invest in, you can get good return on your money, and importantly, you could then reinvest that money again. And who is benefiting at the end of the day is Calgarians, right? They are benefiting by having that diverse choice of housing options. They're benefiting by having lower home prices, more affordability. As we sit here as a North American city, for context, our home prices compared to income, we sit at about 5.5. Somewhere like Vancouver is closer to 12 to 1. We're 5.5 to 1. Toronto, they're in the 9s and 10s to 1. And so we maintain relative affordability compared to our other, I'll call them North American Canadian competitors, in how we approach the housing solutions in a different, unique, and really municipal industry leading way.
Thank you. See you at 3:30. Good afternoon and welcome back to the continuation of the 10 November 2025 regular meeting of City Council for 2026 budget adjustments. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Clark. Councillor Dollywall.
Oh, amazing. Yeah, thanks.
Councillor Dollywall, are you remote? Councillor Jameson. Here. Councillor Johnston. Councillor Kelly.
Here.
Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Pantazopoulos. Councillor Schmidt.
Here.
Councillor Tyers. Councillor Ward. Councillor Wyness. Councillor Ewell.
Here.
Councillor Atkinson.
Here.
And Mayor Farkas.
I am here.
Thank you, Mayor.
So we are still on questions on housing, and I have the floor, and I was with Mr. Hendry. So Hendry, come on up, please. So I'm looking at the second biggest line item there, Southview Affordable Housing. 26.2 million in capital. How many units does that get us?
60 units. Oh, sorry, Mike just turned on. 260 units.
Am I doing the math right that that's $100,000 per door to deliver 260 units?
That's correct. And so the intention there, I would say, the general capital stack rule of thumb that we follow in these processes is approximately 30% of the dollars for a non-market house. 30% of the dollars are municipal, 30% of the dollars being provincial, and then the remaining funds are usually either a federal grant program, federal financing, as we've talked about extensively today, or funds from that own non-market. So that's why investments like this are so powerful, is that they leverage other orders of government in ensuring that we're investing those dollars for housing here in Calgary.
So that seems like a pretty rad deal. Is $100,000 per door pretty standard? Like if counts, like is this an exceptional opportunity that we have with this specific site? Or is this the level of results that you would get per dollar pretty standard?
So as we've talked about today, we have a variety of programs, something like the secondary suites that can be as efficient as $8,000 a door, but of course that's delivering, basement suites most typically. Our programs generally range from that on the low end, $8,000 a door, and they will extend typically at its highest to around $150,000 a door. So this at $100,000 a door is quite an efficient spend. And then importantly, the other orders of government, they have time limits on their funding. So they will issue a letter and say, you must receive matching funding within the next 6 months or within the next calendar year. And so they have limited funds, and so I think it's important that we work with other orders of government and invest where they're investing and take advantage of this time-limited, capital-restrained opportunity.
Thank you. And next, I will pick on Mr. Mahler. Thanks so much for being here. Wanted to ask more generally, when you think about the health of the downtown, what kind of things, what kind of policy decisions can council make to telegraph certainty for private business and investment and vibrancy?
So thanks for that question, because one of the things that we've worked really hard at is this partnership that we have developed with the Real Estate Sector Advisory Committee of Calgary Economic Development, which makes the work that we do at City Hall here, and especially in the planning department, mesh with our economic strategy. And the economic strategy is informed by the economic interests of those that are involved in figuring out what our next iteration of our downtown is, particularly after that crash. So our whole strategy has been crafted in conjunction with the real estate sector industry, but more broadly than that, we've worked regularly with the civic partners, Tourism Calgary, Calgary Economic Development, Arts Commons, the Workland Center now. We work with the Chamber of Commerce, we work with the BIAs, and we work relentlessly to stay in touch with them. We don't have periodic engagement with these groups. We meet regularly, lots of coffees, lots of phone calls, lots of Teams meetings to constantly check in. What that's done over the last few years is it's really created this alignment of what we are trying to do in terms of the outcome of how the downtown needs to look and feel in the next generation. That is less office, more residential, more entertainment, more culture, which is broadly good for tourism, but it's also broadly great for attracting companies. And Councillor Jameson asked, how do we fill up those office towers? Well, you have a really exciting downtown. That's where the cities that are doing successful in attracting companies have this mix and vibrancy within their downtowns. And that alignment between what we're trying to do at the city meshes with all of those other strategies. And so we have this strong confidence. When I do speaking, and I do a lot of speaking across the country, most people come up to me after my talk and say, how did you get everybody in Calgary to talk the same? Because the developers experience from outside of Calgary, when they come here, they say, you guys all say the same thing. That is a very unique situation within our country. And I think that's broadly a credit to Calgary. That's how we operate. It's how we've always operated. And it's why our downtown strategy is really being successful, because the broad development interests are saying Calgary's a place where I want to do business, because there's consistency, there's timeliness, and there's a partnership approach to the way City Hall works with the developers.
So if you think of a Calgarian who never visits downtown, how would you respond if you're asked, why should Calgarians care about downtown?
Well, the biggest reason is we have a map, and I think Councillor Schmidt had asked this question. Maybe I can put this up on. Can we see that, clerks? Yeah, we call this the spiky tax map. And I won't go into the details of it right now, but what it shows you is that's where tax revenue from across the city comes from. And so you can see the highest spot is obviously in the downtown core and in our industrial areas. So to a Calgarian outside of the downtown core, say, why should I care about downtown? Well, I should care because a large portion of my services that I get as a Calgarian on a daily basis is heavily funded by those areas outside of my residential neighborhood. Those areas without any spikes tend to be our residential neighborhoods. So anything we can do as a planning department and in conjunction with our partners to assist development within those areas ensures that we have a strong tax base to deliver services for the whole city. And that can be lifeguards. I love to use landfill hours as my favorite example. I remember when we tried to cut back landfill hours in the city and the outcry, because that's a real impact on a real person. And so if we can maintain services across the city in a stable way, having these strong tax bases within our industrial and downtown areas is one of the smartest strategies, and that's what cities try and do. Successful cities try and do globally.
So if you thought about having $40 million to spend, when you think about all of these various outcomes, would the office conversion program be the top priority, or would it be $40 million toward a rec center or a police station or something else?
Well, I mean, I think that's the job of the elected official. From my perspective, I mean, there's tough choices in city building. And I think the unique thing that I had talked about Calgary before is we have one of our biggest risks as a municipality is this over-reliance that we had on our downtown office core to provide revenue for our services. So while we try and do other things, the more we can make that property tax base stable and regrow, along with those other areas that you see on the map, that's what enables us to run and operate things like rec centers, swimming pools, playing fields, keep the lawns mowed in our neighborhoods. All of those things are affordable because they're paid for by the non-residential tax base. But we'd also heard from the business community that they're getting close to what they're willing to take in terms of a tax base. So the downtown is one of those areas where you can meet both of those goals. You can try and take some of the pressure off the tax base outside of the downtown to keep us competitive, but you can also support those services to residents across the city.
So when you think of your lovely spiky tax map, is the cost to deliver services in the downtown comparable to amount of the revenue that is generated there, or is more revenue generated in the downtown than is reinvested in the downtown?
Well, I was thinking about that question before, and I don't know what's the appropriate analogy, but I'd say downtown is to Calgary as Alberta is to Canada when it comes to the equalization formula. Is that we are one city, but one of the benefits of living in a city like Calgary is we have this crazy successful downtown historically. It's been an incredible generator of tax revenue because of our vibrant downtown office. And so to give up on that or to not continue to nurture it and to grow it would seem to be one of the things that would be disadvantageous to the entire city.
Thanks. And I will bring up Mr. Hendry again, actually, to close off my questioning. And it's going to be a similar question I asked Ms. Black last night, but tell us a bit more about partnerships, how you're approaching not just the city going alone. Obviously, there's been a lot of discussion about the federal government. Can you tell us about the contributions from the provincial government and how you're thinking about working with our nonprofit and private sectors?
Thank you for the question. I would say that it's the main focus. You've heard me say it a lot at this podium, but I want to reemphasize it. Our role we look at as enabling, right? We are enabling our partners to do great things. And so whether that's our non-market partners, our nonprofit partners, our private market partners that work collaboratively with nonprofits, it's important that our nonprofits, they don't build homes. They use the general contractors of the city. They use the private market developers in this city to actually build these projects that deliver affordable homes, non-market homes for Calgarians. And so we really emphasize on that collaboration. Myself personally, I bring that private side experience looking to bridge that gap because we cannot hit 3,000 non-market units, our target, without the private sector helping us do that, using their expertise. As for the other orders of government, they are extremely valuable partnerships. Just this week, the provincial government announced $200 million in the Affordable Housing Partnership Program. They announced $200 million opening for applications. Actually, just today, Build Canada Homes at the federal level officially opened their portal for submitting shovel-ready projects that can deliver affordable homes. And so we are engaged constantly and regularly with other orders of government as well as our local partners to ensure we are all collaborating as best as possible, focused on those outcomes and focused on making a difference for Calgarians every day.
And then the last one, you can take a mulligan, but I think council would really benefit from an answer, is how would you, Housing Accelerator Fund, proof a repeal of blanket rezoning? If you think about a replacement approach, if not through the RCG-based district throughout the city, what steps would council have to take in order to repeal blanket rezoning, restore exclusionary zoning, R1, in certain areas of the city, but still continue to deliver the outcomes of needed housing getting built?
I would welcome Director Goldstein for a comment on that if she has one, but I would say purely from a housing standpoint, so not planning, from a housing standpoint, there is a goal of the federal government that is on their website, to encourage higher density missing middle forms, right? And so we are not in a position to assume what another order of government will or won't do. And so all I could really say at this time is that with regards to Housing Accelerator funding, we are in compliance with that agreement. CMHC has acknowledged that we are in compliance with that agreement, and we will continue to work with them collaboratively, as well as with yourself, Council, as we go through the planning continuum or the notice of motion, that will be heard on December 15th and so on and so forth. And so we can't really speak to that today, or I can't, other than to say we remain in compliance. We value the dollars from our federal government partners immensely, and we're working still at this very moment to deploy those dollars to impact Calgarians.
Thank you. That's it for my first initial set of questions. I'm going to go to other members of council, each for their first opportunity. I believe Councillor Kelly, you're up. You haven't had a chance on this topic.
No, thank you. And you actually kind of stole a lot of what I wanted to actually talk about here. I think I said in my opening, when we started this meeting 17 days ago, wow, okay, sorry, that just settled in for a minute. That, you know, we have 10 new councillors here, so there's going to have to be some education that would have to happen. It's not just about like moving things around. On, I think it was day 1 or day 2 of our orientation, Mr. Duckworth gave us a really quick high level of what exactly happened in between 2020 and 2025 in the downtown as it relates to our property tax. I understand housing is complex, but it kind of is unfortunate that the downtown office conversion project is lumped into the housing here because, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Mahler, but like the primary purpose of this was not about housing. The primary, that was a happy secondary thing that we got, I think we heard you say earlier. But the primary purpose of this was about getting tax value back into the city. So I'm wondering if you can maybe, and I'm glad you had the 2 spiky maps there. I'm glad you also call them spiky maps. I do too. Correct me if I'm wrong, the version that you had there was from 2024, and I think the version that clerk shared on the screen was from 2020 or maybe 2021. I'm wondering if you can just give us a little bit of a history, because there's a big difference between these 2 maps as we see like how much tax revenue we lost from downtown following 2020. I wonder if you can just give us a bit of a history lesson in terms of, you know, how the property tax base and how it led to increased taxes for homeowners across the city and businesses outside of the downtown core.
So, yeah, and I because I don't have all the details for some of those maps, I think the best way to approach it is, Mr. Dalglish already spoke to it, was at the peak of our success as an office core. I think our downtown office core was worth $17 billion more than it is today. So it was basically in 2015 when we started to see those values decaying. And while the values were going down, office buildings were still under construction. This is what was going on in Toronto as well. So we were adding office floor space as it was also being shed. So we created a situation where we had this downtown core with incredibly valuable properties. Oil and gas tends to pay the highest leases of any type of company. We benefited from that for years. And so when those property values really started to drop, and I think one of the other things, I've spoken with Mr. Lee about that, and if he wants to join in, but if you're not aware, Calgary, we assess our taxes every year. Toronto has not reassessed their taxes in 7 years. So when something changes within our municipality in a global economic or what we call a shock to our system, the values change in real time. And so what happened in 2015 and then 2017 to 2021 was we had to, without cutting all of our services, we had to collect all that money from non-residential properties outside of our downtown core. And this chamber was full of small businesses whose landlords told them, hey, my tax bill went up, I need to collect more rent from you. They said, these were small business owners. I remember some from Inglewood, owners of heritage buildings, hadn't done a thing to the building in years. Property values doubled, tripled in some cases, and maybe more. And so that tax shock resulted in a program that council created called the phase tax program. And every year for 4 or 5 years, we spent over $200 million just offsetting that tax shock for those non-residential properties outside of the downtown core. We didn't get anything for that. There was no assessment of, was there a return on investment? There was no, we didn't think it would, eventually we would hope those property values would come back, because they typically did. But after 4 or 5 years of this, we realized that it wasn't going to come back. And we needed to do something else. And that's where it was the Real Estate Sector Advisory Committee in Calgary Economic Development that said, we need to do something else. It was making our non-residential base across the city non-competitive, even with Balzac, right? Our tax, the industrial lands now had to pay more tax than they were in Balzac. So we needed to do something. And so the only way to grow the property tax base was to reinvigorate investment within the downtown core, because that's actually that's the glass that was drained, but it could be filled back up. And so that really was the strategy, was how could we do that? And it was the real estate sector that came up with the idea of, let's try and incent reusing these buildings or demolishing the buildings. And that's really where we've landed And a lot of this other stuff, as you mentioned, we talked a lot about housing. Housing has been an incredible benefit because that's one of the other major antidotes to declining downtowns is housing. Every municipality in North America is trying to reinvigorate housing in their core, even in Toronto.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mahler. I mean, I know just as a citizen who is interested in municipal government, this chart was a game changer the first time that I saw it, and it really kind of helped me wrap my head around the actual problem. You used the word tax shock. I remember it well, the number of businesses and homeowners who were saying, like, my taxes just tripled overnight and nothing happened. Without getting into debate at all, like, I definitely ran with the idea of trying to lower property taxes as much as I possibly can, and it sure looks to me like this is a program that's doing that. Can you just remind us, I think before the break, you said, so you had said, what was it, 17 billion, was it, in a drop in overall downtown property value or property tax?
Property value.
Property value. Do we have an estimate of what that is in terms of an annual property tax? Oh, I see Assessor Lee is coming to answer that question.
So if we applied the 2025 municipal non-residential tax rate to that, that would be roughly $300 million. So that would be distributed differently.
And I recognize that if you want to just stay there, Assessor Lee, I recognize that this is a little bit difficult because, again, before the break, you had said that we've had an increase in property tax coming back into downtown, but of course we've had some other tenants decant. Can you quantify that for us at all in terms of through potentially this office conversion project, how much money has returned on an annual basis to the downtown?
Yeah, so in terms of between 2022 to 2025, overall assessments in the downtown have gone up about 1.8 billion. Councillor Chabot did ask earlier, and I didn't have that information at the time. I do.
Yeah, that's why I'm following up
now. So when we're talking about specifically to office, so in 2022, the office sector, and excuse me, I have to squint here because this is really small, is about 9.8 billion, and then in 2025, the total value is 10.1 billion.
Do we have an estimate in terms of what that'd be of annual property tax increase?
I'd have to do that. Yep.
Fair enough. All that on an investment of $200 million. 40 million seems like a pretty good deal to me. Thank you. Actually, I will ask no, I'm good, actually. That's fine. Thank you all. I appreciate the history lesson, the education there in terms of where we were and how we got to this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Still on the first round, Councillor Schmidt.
There was the Home is Here audit that was discussed earlier with implementation of the recommendations coming in March, and a lot of those connect to reporting and having clear language around that reporting. So as far as us showing outcomes and success for what is a much bigger strategy, how would this be viewed as far as being able to implement those changes and making the dollars spent more effective? And for communicating with the value of the dollars that are being spent with Home is Here through implementing some of the changes in the audit?
I would address that to say that the dollars being spent right now are being used effectively, and I want to assure council of that the programs we are investing in are resulting in real return, leveraging funds from either other orders of government or our private sector partners as we look at delivering more homes. The audit itself, what I could speak to is its main focus is around governance and structure and reporting. And so, as mentioned by CEO Dalglish at the start, this audit was very much welcomed by my team and my office. We're very excited to implement these changes and work with both our auditor and the audit committee and ultimately council on those changes. And so as a summary, the money is being spent effectively, and what we're focusing on the audit is internal governance practices that we look to shore up on a strategy that is quite young, and we're establishing those processes as we work our way to the end of the strategy in 2030.
And so with a strategy that,
if you don't mind, I just thought, just to make sure that I did draw a bit of a link, and I'll just quote from the audit actually. Strengthening these areas which were governance, roles and responsibilities, documentation, and strengthening these areas can enhance transparency, support timely decision-making, and improve the city's ability to deliver on its housing objectives by 2030. These improvements are not just procedural, they are essential to ensuring the strategy's long-term success and public trust. And so I just think those were things that were sort of more outcome-oriented of those procedural governance changes that would be made. I thought just worth quoting from the strategy, from the audit, my apologies.
Yeah, no, and thank you, because a lot of the conversation here has been around outcomes and council being able to access those outcomes in a clear way to communicate it to the public. But also within this audit, we see some statements such as terms of reference being changed for certain programs, basically in their infancy. And essentially, you're all acting through direction, political direction from council. These programs only exist because we made them exist. And so you're trying to implement those things. So when we're looking at the continued funding for these programs and their success so far, we think on 4-year election cycles, but these plans don't necessarily get implemented through 4-year election cycles. So could you speak about what we need to consider as far as what success looks like for these types of strategies for housing in Calgary?
I think I would refer back to the previous council directions around what are the objectives and outcomes in the strategy. And there is the mechanism in place both through something like this audit as well as the annual report to Community Development Committee that ultimately goes to council. And that is an opportunity that if we are looking at adjusting targets or adjusting measures of success, that this new council would be interested in tweaking. As mentioned earlier by CEO Dalglish around Councillor Panizopoulos' question on building permits versus development permits, those are questions that we welcome and we would look at incorporating into our annual update to adjust the strategy. You know, the strategy, I often talk about it being a live document. It runs many years, 2024 to 2030, and so it will inherently, in its length, require adjustment and tweaks depending on what we are seeing occurring in the market, depending on what we see from our other orders of government, and what we're hearing from yourself as well.
So then, I'm not sure if you're allowed to answer this question, but what do you need from us to make this as effective as possible as far as our direction and our approach to what we're seeing here through these adjustments, but also as we go into a next budget cycle that has a longer term vision?
I would just answer that question generally to say that what we are looking from council is investment and approval of this budget that you see in front of you today. And I see CEO Dalglish would like to answer as well.
And maybe pick up a little bit on Director Hendry's and Downtown Strategy Director Tom Mahler's comments. Be champions for housing and our housing strategy and the certainty that comes with it. Investment. Not only are you investing as council in housing, the private sector, so importantly, is investing and developing and building as well. Us being champions of acknowledging that investment, acknowledging the private sector, and creating a theme of certainty around investing in Calgary and the outcomes it produces. I think that's a really important role for all of us as administrative leaders and all of you as council as well. Great question, Councillor Schmidt.
Thank you. And then one, I think, difficult issue when it comes to housing, unlike other public goods such as transit is that up until the 1980s, the provincial and federal governments built a lot of the housing in Canada, and that stopped. And then we offloaded the responsibility for a long time onto the private sector. And now we are starting to fill those gaps. But we have a patchwork of funding through private, federal, provincial, municipal that all have different goals, different rules, and different outcomes as far as what they require. So I think that some of the questions have focused on some confusion around the role of the Chief Housing Office and how that fits into this. And could you expand on the point as to how your role relates to the fact that we are now dealing with different priorities and different requirements when it comes to our ability to allow housing to be built from a municipal level where we have the least level of control over what we do and how we manage those things?
I would say that where we provide and where this office is focused on providing is that high-level corporate perspective and providing stability. You know, what we hear, this isn't really my answer, what I hear over the coffee chats and the discussions with the sector is that the municipal stability is crucial, right? The moving sands at other orders of government are frequent, and where a municipality plays an absolute crucial role is in stable permitting and approval processes, stable growth approaches, stable investment that is consistent, right? That allows our, specifically in the non-market space, it gives them confidence, right? We work with over 65 non-market housing providers. These are small operations. They might be 5 people, they might be 50. They're relatively small, and to have the confidence to build up their team and build up the capacity, what we see as important is that as a municipality, we can provide that stability where they can continue to build and grow their capacity, and we can continuously work with our other order of government partners. I would say as well, we have seen leveraging. I know there's often conversations around mixing of requirements and those sort of things, but we are, generally speaking, well aligned with other orders of government. Our projects frequently, and I would say close to 100% of the time, see contributions from other orders of government, whether it's in loans, forgivable, capital support. We see that directly to our non-market partners. So when we invest something like in May of this year, when we invested $30 million in Housing Capital Initiative for 480 units, every single one of those projects received leveraging from other orders of government. And so we're constantly working to align those funding requirements. And I do think, broadly speaking, we are aligned, but we do have work to do.
So, I mean, really what it comes down to is, unlike other public services that we deliver, these types of strategies can be seen almost as stimulus, and that as a stimulus package towards these things, because we as a city aren't building that housing directly, that requires the way that we look at what we're doing to be different than other parts of what we do as a city.
How I would answer that is we wouldn't use the term stimulus necessarily. What we would say is that there is no difference in a non-market home and a market home. Often, the non-market home is actually more expensive. There's less economies of scale of that nonprofit partner. There's additional requirements that they want for operational efficiencies long-term, so additional considerations for climate or other measures that might be requirements of other order of government funding. And so what's really important when we talk about the non-market is that if left alone, it cannot by definition be created by the private market. It requires subsidies one way or another from orders of government to generate non-market housing stock.
Thank you. Those are great answers. And I guess in another way, we stimulate stability for the people who live in our city because we're providing them a place to live.
Agreed.
Thank you, Councillor Atkinson.
Yeah, for Mr. Mahler, just wondering about the uptake on the demolition program. You've kind of mentioned it offhand. Can you speak to that, that piece?
Yes, thank you for the question. We've had one or two, we have one, I don't think we've announced the second one, but in total it's about 50,000 square feet of demolition. The one that's most visible is, and with the requirement of demolition, there has to be a follow-up action as part of the agreement. And so either they're having to provide some type of temporary amenity or they have to move into development. And there's a project across from the Wesley Hotel that Cantiro developer is doing. So that was a demolition, and they are starting construction. I think they've actually started construction now. So that project has some interest, but not what we had hoped.
What were the expectations with that program?
I think we were expecting that there would be more interest in demolishing buildings to get clear land, but I don't think we haven't had a lot of uptake. There's been some inquiries, but it's a big move for somebody to demolish. The buildings still have some value unless they have an actual plan for replacement or some type of redevelopment.
Do we measure at all the like the offsets from landfill or the climate impacts of not demolishing the buildings and having them converted instead?
As part of our program, we don't require that. It's not one of the criteria for getting the incentive. However, we do track it. There was one project, the Dominion House project, which I think you were at the well, actually, I don't know if you were at that one, but that also had a stacked climate grant of over $1 million. So that one actually will have before and after monitoring. So it's not just the saving in GHGs from not demolishing the building. It's also, all of the buildings are far more energy efficient after conversion than they are before. And then EcoTrust Alberta also participated in that was the one you were at, the 8016 West. So that building is also tracking, but we do have studies as well that will be able to document those GHG and other ESG benefits.
Awesome, great. Can you confirm, you mentioned that more space has become vacant since the beginning of the program, right? So we're actually, I think you said it would be, the estimates would be, we'd be up to 40% vacancy?
We'd be getting there, yes.
Yeah, getting towards that. And so we've actually sort of shored things up in and around the same levels of where we were, but we've also seen the lift of 1.8 billion. So with the same sort of usage and vacancy rates within downtown, we've actually seen a lift in terms of the property level, all things kind of being equal in terms of square footage use.
That's correct.
Okay.
And I think the other thing we are tracking is we also have some other programs to incent new development. So we're seeing new construction occurring in the purpose-built rental. I think there might even be, I don't know if there's a condominium in there, but so we are also benefiting from investor confidence in new development. So one of our other announcements, the example is Crest Point, that's doing they demolished without a grant, the old TransAlta building, but they got the incentive for the office conversion, but they also have new construction as part of that development. So we are also benefiting from that increased investor confidence.
Nice, yeah. Can you speak, actually, follow on that investor confidence? We see this, I think, even things like, I know in the West End, we got a grocery store, right? Like the no frills moving in, and sort of any of these changes that are happening in terms of investment within our downtown that are maybe knock-on effects of having these investments and having people live downtown.
Yeah, it's absolutely critical. So we talk, as I said, daily pretty much to developers who are looking at projects, and in any case, they need to see momentum in these areas in order to invest. And we see those cycles that have occurred over time, where either through oversupply or through changing the economy, investment can evaporate. And that was the case. I think the term we heard in this council chamber in April of 2021 is Calgary is flyover country. There was no investment, there was no interest in developing in our downtown. So what they're looking for to invest here is those things: regulatory improvements, excellence in delivery of approval services and building codes, how we work with them on building code projects, and where possible, if there's financial incentives. We're seeing, if you look at what's going on in Ontario, they're looking at ways of rolling back development charges in order to trigger new development because they need to get supply coming. So we're also in competition with those other cities, so we are continually monitoring that. But I think what we're excited about is we do have that momentum. We're being told that by the developer community that they are interested. So we keep listening, and we will continue to report back to you on what we're hearing.
Great. Can you talk a bit about, we've had a lot of focus on sort of the office to residential, but can you talk about some of the non-residential wins of this program, the conversions that have gone to non-residential?
So there's two big ones. One is part of the actual program. We have two terms of reference. One is the Downtown Calgary Development Incentive Program, but that was the hotel. So the Weston Element Hotel, that's been completed, and I think we've tracked that. If we actually can get hotels, that's almost like a holy grail because we're replacing office with another non-residential use, and that one's doing exceptionally well. So we are actively trying to pursue additional hotels. The other one was our post-secondary institution program, which is a separate program, and that one had $9 million in it, and that was for the School of Architecture, Planning and Landscape. And I think one of the things that's really interesting to point out there is under that program, so council had set aside the money, and there was a lot of work that went into it. From the time we signed the funding agreement with the University of Calgary, it was in January of last year, they have occupancy as of this week. In less than 12 months, they took an empty space, and it will be occupied by 800 students, going up to 1,200, plus associated staff and faculty in January of next year. And so that speed, the value of investing in these office buildings is the speed to delivery of space is exceptional. And we actually have one of the most advanced industries in Canada that are doing this. Some of the best people are doing the work here, and that's why it's gaining momentum and why we're getting such interest from other jurisdictions to say, hi, how are you guys doing this? Because everybody told us it can't happen. So I think that's part of the exciting thing that we're seeing.
Yeah, getting a lot of young people coming downtown and building a lot of vibrancy too. On that piece about this sort of like holy grail of non-residential, do we encourage a mixture of the non-residential and residential when we're considering what projects receive the funding for this program?
Within the terms of reference and the way we evaluate the projects, it does include, if they can include amenity both for residents but also for retail and other types of facilities, particularly if there's a +15 level. We're trying to work on that. That gives them points in the evaluation. And we've had some really great successes there. The Petrofina building, which is another great example of grant stacking, where there's another city heritage grant into the Petrofina building, but they are working directly with the University of Calgary on getting students within that building who will be able to take the +15 right over into their into the school, and then that helps activate that +15 level with both within the Petrofina building and the new SAPL building. So that type, it's allowed us to create these partnerships between the private sector and the nonprofit sector as well.
Nice. And taxability-wise, those floors, those levels are taxed at a non-residential rate, whereas the residences are. Yeah.
Correct.
Can you speak to the number of housing units that we've sort of seen built through the downtown, through the program thus far?
So the total that are in the pipeline is 2,688 units. I'm just going to try and find the number now where they, I don't know.
490?
Do you have the one? 490 completed?
Completed.
490
I'm terrible at looking
completed.
through my binder, thank you.
And like, so like this, obviously this program has been sort of like gaining momentum more as it's gone along. But so how many maybe did we see turn on over the last year?
Well, so we had only had the one building previously. It was just the Cornerstone was the first one that had been done. So this year we've actually seen 5 additional projects complete, one being the hotel and 4 additional residential. So in total we have 5 residential projects and 1 hotel fully completed.
Councillor, 2024 was the 112 units and then the 378 this year. So
378 this year, okay. 378. And so, like 378 units, like what is the length of time typically to get 378 high-density units to market?
Well, I don't know, GM Hamilton, if you want to speak to a typical project.
It does, I'll say it depends. With this program, we're eliminating typically land use and development permit. So you're going straight to building permit. So you would need to add on at least a couple of years. Look to Director Goldstein, probably, yes? 18, another 18 months.
Another 18 months,
If you were to, well, and that's just for the permitting, never mind the construction of a new build.
Correct. Yeah.
So while I recognize that this program was not set up originally to deal with the housing crisis, this has just been a really great benefit to be able to get housing units to market a lot faster in a high density capacity using existing infrastructure than we would normally have. Correct? Yeah. Okay, yes. Great. And then how does raising, like we talk a lot about how to sort of sell this to Calgarians as a whole. I think downtown matters to everyone. Ward 7 office, we get all of the people getting in touch with our office who live in Ward 7, and we get a lot of people getting in touch with our office who work in Ward 7, right? Ward 7 is a hub for a lot of economic activity within the city. Your graph sort of showed that. But like just on like in a plain language way, when you're speaking, I think there's 2 sorts of sides. I'd like to sort of, when you're talking to small business owners who reside outside of the downtown, how does having a healthy downtown, how does this sort of program and raising the property tax level across the downtown help them? And how does it help folks just living outside the downtown, living in their single family home?
Yeah, I think I spoke a fair bit to this point, but I do think, for a small business renting a strip mall, say, somewhere else in the city, having a strong downtown will give them a lot of certainty that they're not going to necessarily see these unexpected shifts in their tax as a potential. I mean, that's a risk we're trying to mitigate. There might be other reasons for those increases, but that was the original challenge that we were faced with, and this is a way of mitigating that. The other benefit that when we did the Center City Enterprise area in the downtown area, that took away some of these permit requirements for change of use, for alterations. We also had business improvement areas saying, hey, can we do that in other parts of the city? So we've actually exported that model and piloted it in other business improvement areas across the city, and now it is part of the review of the new land use bylaw as well. So that's been another benefit to businesses outside of the downtown core. But at a very broad level, a downtown in any city is kind of your postcard to the world. And I think when somebody goes anywhere from the world, where are you from, and you have a picture of Calgary, when you watch a hockey game, what do they show? They show a picture of the downtown. And one of our favorite lines that we had was from, hope he doesn't mind, Trent Edwards from Brookfield. Quote is, Brookfield wouldn't be developing in a city that doesn't have a cool downtown. Anybody who's looking for a high quality residential or a high quality of life is looking for a city that has a vibrant downtown with all the cultural amenities, the historic fabric of a city, the vibrancy, the educational facilities that might be there. Those are the things that are attracting companies. That's what encourages residential growth. And in an economy, in a world that's increasingly focused on experience, not necessarily on production, cities have to have these kinds of high energy, high amenity downtowns. And our city is scoring incredibly well on that. When we combine what we're doing with our downtown strategy with what CMLC is doing in the Culture and Entertainment District, what the Stampede is doing on the Stampede grounds, what Glenbow, Workland Centre, the Calgary, Contemporary Calgary, and all of the businesses that are reinvesting. Suncor Energy Centre, we just heard ATB is moving head office to Suncor Energy Centre because Suncor Energy, Brookfield is investing $90 million in redoing that office tower. If they didn't have the confidence that we were on the right track in the downtown, they would not have pulled the trigger on a $90 million reinvestment. And I think all of those things taken together, if I'm a young person, I remember being a young person, I grew up in Winnipeg, like you want to be in a city that you can imagine, you know, really growing into, and that you don't have to leave to have this kind of phenomenal experience. And a lot of what we're doing, if you allow me to expound a little bit further, is a lot of what we're doing with our civic partners is to try and provide free access to as many services as possible. So the program activities that we do, we try and make sure they're free. What Glenbow is doing is trying to provide free access to people within the museum. Our Arts Commons Workland Centre redevelopment with Olympic Plaza, there's a heavy focus on how can we program these spaces so that a family can come downtown and do a few cool things. They can go shopping, they can take the kids to the fountain at Olympic Plaza, they can go to the National Music Centre. Andrew Mosker here was here, he provides free access. Those kinds, that's what life is about. And I think if we don't have a downtown that has that kind of investment, we would struggle to compete in the new economy against other cities globally.
That's great. Thank you. One just little wrap-up question here, just to understand. So 490 units, how many blocks, city blocks, is that? You said it was 6 different buildings or 5 different? 6 buildings?
That's 6 buildings.
6 buildings. So
yeah,
6.
But that included the hotel. So 5 buildings for the 490 units.
So five city blocks. What would it take to do 490 units in Greenfield? How many city blocks would that be?
Well, I mean, to be fair, in Greenfield, they do some pretty large multifamily projects as well.
Sure.
I think it's the difference in between a greenfield and the downtown is all the infrastructure and services are there. Transit's already there, fire's already there. So your startup costs are there's no startup cost to doing a project within the downtown. That's true of a new purpose-built rental as well. But I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, it's using the existing infrastructure that's already there. Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you, members of council. You've had one round of questions, but have you had a second round of questions? No. So over to Councillor Pantzopoulos.
Second round. I actually like it because you get to think about the answers and the responses from other councillors and get to formulate additional questions. So I don't know actually who it's for. It might be for Mr. Mahler, but Mr. Hendry said that we cannot reach 3,000 non-market homes absent private funds. Yet our $40 million program, the downtown office conversion, Mr. Mahler, you mentioned that there is no requirement. But yet by default, CMHC, because of their financing, I'm assuming, you know, the 5% and below market rates, or it's 20%. How a material impact do you think it would have to the uptake if we were to amend the program to have a 20% requirement for off-market? Do you think there would still be the level of interest for such a material change, given that the market's already there?
I think I might ask Mr. Hendry to join me, but I would say based on the numbers that we've worked with the industry on, is if we were to add in a requirement for a certain number, depending on how that was set, what the requirement was, it would challenge the pro forma. So we have had conversations about the $75. If we wanted to mandate as a city a certain amount, what we've done is we have a stackable grant now. So we have a non-market office conversion program, which Mr. Hendry can speak to, that can be used in conjunction with our program that can deliver non-market units. So I don't know if you could add to that.
And just to clarify, my previous remarks, I was specifying that we need the private sector. And what I mean by that is we need the workers and the expertise of the private sector to actually build the non-market homes, because the non-market housing providers, they don't have superintendents and foremans and laborers and so on. So we need that private sector to actually construct the physical units, not necessarily private funds. Those are important as well.
So Mr. Muller, did I mishear you when you said 20% of the 2,700 are below market units? I think you said that earlier.
Yeah, it's about 20%.
So if we mandated it, sorry, go ahead, sorry, interrupt, go ahead.
No, so if CMHC were involved, that kind of happens on its own because that's their requirement. If CMHC was not part of the funding package, if it was to be part of the city's requirement at the outset, then it does affect the equation because they're getting favorable financing terms from. So I can't really answer that question off the top of my head. I think it's something, we would certainly be open to a conversation about evolving the program in that direction, if that was something council was interested in.
That's where I'm kind of going is just that if 20% are non-market as a result of the CMHC and other grants and all that stuff, it would be safe. I would suggest that putting a 20% cap, or excuse me, minimum, all things being equal, it should be, but maybe it's 15, but it sounds like you're open there. Kind of picking up on that, Mayor Farkas spoke about it is what if there was other amenities and things, and if we had the Real Estate Advisory Committee, and I serve on CED, and I'm really excited to actually meet these individuals, and the next board meeting, I'm gonna pull them aside and chat. But picking up on what Mayor Farkas said, if you were to invest and reimagine that 40 million, invest in downtown in other ways, I think the mayor mentioned a police station or a park or skating rink, pick it. Would that have a more material impact to the overall rate of return value across the whole portfolio if the goal is the elevation of all values? Do you feel that, I know it's our prerogative to choose which one, but just adding amenities, you mentioned earlier, you actually said it just before, need high amenities downtown to be vibrant. Can you speak to that versus if you had your dollar to spend, would you put it in a skating rink or another condo unit or rental unit?
No, thank you, Councillor Pantazopoulos, and I would absolutely encourage you talking to the folks through the Real Estate Sector Advisory Committee, but in order to attract the residential development, they were also here encouraging council of the day to have an infrastructure and amenity package. So as part of our downtown strategy, we had, in addition to what is now $153 million of city money for the conversion, we also had $163 million for capital projects and amenity enhancements. So we've used that money for Olympic Plaza, that has gone into the Olympic Plaza transformation, has gone into Eau Claire Plaza, Stephen Avenue reconstruction. Some of our money has gone directly into Glenbow. So that is part of the strategy. You do need to do some of both. If you only did the infrastructure and not the incentive, it wouldn't have the same impact and vice versa.
Okay, so there is an opportunity to sort of reimagine that. Yeah. Just return on investment and the $700,000, half of that is due to the Element Hotel. And that, I think you called it the Holy Grail, non-residential because you get the 5 times and half of that. So excluding that, it's a 1% rate of return, how I think of things, 100-year payback. Is there those numbers, what I'm hoping for is to improve that, given your colleague, Mr. Lee, mentioned that the value, there's 22% vacancy, 22% occupancy and things of that. Is that $700,000 uplift assuming 100%, like sort of the full value? I guess what I'm asking another way is if we waited a couple years as a result of that 22% going to a normal Calgary market, 5% vacancy, just pick a number, would you see a material uplift? Or is that 693 a snapshot in time? Or is it truly the full built out? Because what I'm hoping to reconcile is a 1% rate of return on a $40 million investment is tough to sell to Calgarians. If there's something else, it just adds to the narrative.
So for those 6 completed properties, some of them do have an adjustment because they are just leasing up. So those would increase over time as they are leased up.
Do you have a scale? What that could, just a high level, a double, triple?
It wouldn't be double of what the current value. It'd be, a few percentage points, I would say.
Okay, so it doesn't, move the needle, okay.
If I could add, though, we would absolutely be interested in working with you on refining that metric. From day one, we talked about return on investment, but how we quantify that, I think there's better ways we could evolve that measurement to be more transparent. But I think that, as I said, the performance measures we currently have are pretty rudimentary.
Hey, I go to the experts. You have the Real Estate Advisory Committee, and if they were sort of the guiders to the $75, like utilize that citizen resource all day. That's something that, and then come back. I just echo Councillor Chabot's, that 1.8 million assessed value, as you think through it, if there's a way to assess the buildings around and it brings up the value, that's something, and it's a takeaway, nothing for this budget cycle. And then just finally, the Barron Building conversion. If the 7.5 was to be removed, what would happen to that building? What would happen to the project?
I can't speak to that. That's really a question for the developer. All I can say is the project has been in the works for years and years. And it's, it started, it stopped, it started, it stopped.
You do some diligence around, the money, you don't want it tied up. So I'm assuming you've done some diligence that said the I don't say conditional, but they need the 7.5 to do it. Maybe just speak to that diligence on the Barrons. I think you said that I think it was Councillor Jameson asked about that. What diligence do you do? And you said we get comfort around making sure.
So, yeah, to be clear, our diligence is around the applicant's ability to perform, not around how much money do they need. We're not underwriting a loan. So our program is, if council set aside the 7.5, the terms of reference is clear, so that's what it is. But we have to go through a due diligence process. It's both a legal due diligence of the company that's applying and a financial due diligence to ensure that because usually when these companies come in, they're very, probably nothing you don't know. They're always a mix of different investors and companies. The construction companies, we ask about the construction companies, and then we do extensive due diligence with our law department and our finance department. And then that goes into our recommendation. And the approval is actually through a group called the Incentives Approval Committee, which consists of, it changed recently, but it's GM Hamilton, Director of Finance, Aaron Brown, and our Director of Real Estate and Development Services, Campbell Berry. So we have that level as well, providing oversight into those recommendations.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Johnston for second round.
Sorry, what are the guarantees these office conversions will not end up like the Barron Building?
There's no guarantees that they won't end up like that. However, what I can say is that's why we do the financial and legal due diligence that we have. So,
like you did with the Barron Building?
Well, so the Barron Building started before, the original project started before there was even an incentive for them.
But did you not do the due diligence for that project?
So at the time when the planning department approves a land use redesignation or development permit, and here's where I'll ask GM Hamilton to maybe weigh in, we do not assess, we're not doing legal due diligence around the ability of the developer to do the building. We give them the land use and the development permit. And that's how the Barron Building started off. They came to council in 2021 asking for some financial assistance. And the council of the day agreed that they would do that. But the city does not vet the ability of a developer to do building when we give them land use or a building permit. And GM Hamilton, maybe you want to add to that.
I wouldn't have anything else to add.
Okay, so there's no guarantees that the same thing won't happen with the Barron Building then? Okay.
Councillor Johnston, just a reminder though that the city does not issue any funds until occupancy. So all of the work would have to have been done.
No, but we don't know what the condition of these buildings are beneath the studs. So once it starts being ripped out, these companies could potentially go bankrupt. They might not pay their contractors, right? Their employees might have to come in. And so at the Barron Building, is any of that money being spent to pay off debts or pay off unpaid contractors?
Well, that's a really good question. I mean, we don't, so if we do on a heritage grant, which we do, they have to do the work. and then we vet the work, and then we pay them for the work that was done. For these other projects, we don't specify how that money is used. It is an incentive that then goes to the developer. So, but the trick is the building gets completed before they get the money. So that was a risk. Like, to be fair, that's a really good. That is one of the risks of the program, is that buildings get started and they're not able to complete.
Wouldn't a more guaranteed housing project be greenfield or infills or local area plan transit orientated? Like, wouldn't that be a better use of this money?
So the difference between those kinds of projects and these ones is those ones will not pay tax to the same level as these ones, and if these buildings don't get converted, they will continue to pay less tax. So this kind of comes back to that. It's less about the return on investment comparing one type of housing project with an office conversion. It's more about what our goals of that program was to increase and stabilize the downtown tax base.
Maybe I'm a little bit more nearsighted, but it just seems like we're giving up on our ability to bring economic powerhouses back to our city, and we're just kind of saying, okay, well, we're not going to get the same level of business as we used to, so we might as well just fill up. Like, I understand what we're doing here. It's tough to go to somebody in the northeast, southeast to say, hey, we're looking at 1% or 2% of the tax increase is going to go downtown again, right? So I've got to convince Ward 14 that their money's being spent downtown instead of in transit-orientated, affordable housing that has been proven in Greenfields or down south or Legacy Walden, right? For a gamble, in my opinion, is what it feels like, right? And again, this corporate welfare, it feels like the arena deal all over again, right? Where we're giving money to somebody that probably could afford to do this themselves, right? Like, it's just hard to convince people that, yeah, your taxes are going up for something you won't be able to use short-sightedly, is what I'm saying.
I totally I appreciate that perspective, because I can absolutely see how that can be the perception. But I think, as I tried to explain, our goal is to actually do the exact opposite. Our goal is to actually minimize the impact on those paying taxes in your ward. It's to prevent shifting the burden of our services to those properties outside of the downtown core. And so while it looks a bit odd, our program is less about the downtown than it is about the rest of the city.
Right.
But I understand the perception.
Okay. And I guess, again, it's a directive you got from the last council or whatever. I understand that. You're not necessarily here to convince us or anything, but I'm just not convinced to go down to Ward 14 and say, hey, your money's being spent downtown. So I can't get behind this. So I'll be amendable at the vote, but right now, I'm just not convinced. So thank you, though.
Councillor Johnston, if I just can add a little bit too, that it's downtown and the established areas and the greenfield. We don't need to incentivize greenfield development. We're getting 12,000 units there a year. And as Tom Mahler eloquently said earlier to the question of why downtown is important, it's our economic and cultural heart of our city. And so if we have a vibrant, livable downtown, in my personal opinion, professional opinion, it benefits all of Calgary.
I'm not convinced that you just throw more people in a space that's already unsafe or people feel unsafe in. I feel better resources would be, honestly, like, I'd rather go to cheaper transit or to more police officers. Like, I feel a more beneficial use of this money would be outside of giving it to corporate, right? Giving it to people that could afford to do this specific thing. If it was a viable project, then they would do it themselves. So I'd rather this money go somewhere more tangible than to, again, corporate.
Councillor Johnston, I'm going to jump in super briefly, and this is not to call you out. It's an aggregate to all of our colleagues. Some of the lines of questioning have been veering into debate. It's all worthwhile debate, but I want to make sure that you and everybody else really focus on questions for administration in this portion.
Okay. I'm good for now. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Chabot.
Sorry,
I was
smaller.
gonna try and get
I think there's been a bit of misunderstanding in regards to what the objective is here with regards to this downtown conversion. It certainly has a tremendous tangible benefit to the city, but there's a belief somehow that this conversion is going to shift some of the tax burden back into the downtown, or that it is. From my understanding, it's stabilized the decrease or decline in valuations on the non-residential properties. Am I correct in that?
Well, if I can say, so doing nothing doesn't mean everything stays the same. The risk is if we don't do anything to address the glut of office supply in the fact that we're not getting major absorption, they will continue to devalue. So not investing is not doing, is not keeping it the same.
I'm not here to debate, actually. I'm only asking a simple question because there was a perception by some other members of council that somehow this has resulted in some of the tax burden shifting back in the downtown from the non-residential sector outside of the downtown. This, in fact, eliminates that opportunity on every one of those properties because they're being converted to residential. So they can never shift back the non-residential element on those properties specifically. Am I correct in that?
So when we look at the downtown values, so from 2022, it was 9.8 billion to 10.1 billion in 2025. So that is a change about $6 million in a municipal tax increase over that period of time.
Okay, a non-res and res.
Just specifically for non-res.
So non-res has increased in value?
Yes.
6 million out of a total of how much?
In terms of a total in non-res tax, approximately 1.1 billion.
It's the total non-res, 1.1, so 6 million out of 1.1 billion.
Yes.
Okay, so it's not a huge shift.
And Councillor Chabot, reminder that we still have that 12 million square feet of vacant office space to fill up. There's still opportunity.
And so I'm not trying to argue the value of it. I'm just trying to make it clear for everyone that the new conversion from office to residential has resulted in an increase in tax revenue of $696,000. Right?
That's for those 6 buildings. So the program still has another 14, 15 that within the current tranche. And when you start adding those in, and those properties will grow in value over time, I think what we're saying is if they did not convert to residential, they would not fill up as office. So the values of those.
Compound the problem. I'm not arguing the point.
Okay.
I'm only trying to make it clear for everyone that the tax revenue generation element is not as significant as others might have suggested. The overall value to this program, I 100% agree with you. I'm just trying to make a point on the tax differential. Anyways, so quick question. I'm not sure who can answer this question. We're talking about a $200 million investment and how many units that's going to generate. Have we considered how much $200 million investment into infrastructure in Greenfield and how many units that might generate? It's a rhetorical question. You don't need to answer that question. No further questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Over to Councillor Schmidt.
Is it fair to say that all development in Beltline downtown core is transit-oriented development?
Yes.
Yes.
And then my next question, I think, will require a different set of folks. There's the Backyard Suites Incentive Program that has some connection to the housing strategy and the Accelerator Fund. I do not want to talk about the Accelerator Fund, but just because it's relevant here. Just curious as to, I see it's still ramping up, but if it has funding to continue as a program and what any of the outcomes so far or expected outcomes of this program would be, as it seems like it has some similarities to the secondary suite program as well.
Yes, so the Backyard Suite program, we have $10 million from half funding to put towards it. We anticipate the program to launch at the end of Q1. And the program's going to be similar to secondary suites, but different because it's a much more complex product. A backyard suite is more like building a house. And so the incentive that we're looking at is much larger, and we think we'll probably incent about 200 to 250 backyard suites. But we think it's a great opportunity to do education on backyard suites and to get industry involved and work with industry to simplify the process for our customers.
And so is this program looks to be, again, similar to secondary suites directed towards individual homeowners and making this type of building more accessible and easier for them to build themselves?
Yes, exactly, yes.
And this is maybe not relevant here, but just since we're on the topic, when backyard suites are built, are they counted in a similar way when we look at say, density or the way that we measure development for, say, new builds?
Yes, as far as I know, they are.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Wynas.
Thanks. Sorry, I was just kind of pondering COO Daglish's presentation this morning, and did you happen to mention the September 14th, 2023 letter that the former mayor received that clearly states that I wish to inform you that Calgary Housing Accelerator Fund's application will not be approved unless you follow through on creating new missing middle zoning designations of HGO and RCG as laid out in your application.
I didn't mention it as part of the timeline, no. And with respect to that letter, it came in right before, I think, if I recall, the Home is Here strategy was approved by council, which in it had a commitment to pursue rezoning.
It clearly states that if we didn't, we wouldn't get the HAF funding or the Housing Accelerator funding. So I think, I just wanted to bring this up because it talks about why it's so important that we maintain records and keep track of the bouncing ball that this council has been facing when it comes to the rezoning vote. So, and if anyone wants, you can check out the former mayor's X account to find it.
The contract, the essence of the agreement that we had with the federal government was the agreement. And so I think that's really important for council to understand, is that the contract that we have is based on the contract that we have and those commitments in the contract.
And it was one of the commitments in the contract.
The initiatives and the growth targets are the commitments in the contract and everything that's in the contract.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Atkinson.
Can you speak to how long the Barron building has been vacant for? Tom, do you know that number?
I don't have an exact time frame, but I believe it started construction in the 2015, 2016 time frame.
So that's the building that had the Uptown Theater in it, right? It's
Correct.
like across from the Globe.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's been vacant, so probably for about 10 years.
Yeah, it's got the scaffolding all around it, has
Yep.
for years.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Great. I'm going over to Mr. Henry for a minute. Thanks. Yeah, I was just wondering, so vacancy, actually, like we have units being built. We also have a lot of vacant plots of land that are maybe not being developed when we are sort of in a housing shortage. Have we ever explored vacancy taxes either on vacant land or on vacant buildings, similar to the kinds of things that Canmore is doing with their livability tax?
I might turn that part of the question over to Director Lee, but first I just want to make council aware that we do have dedicated programs to discharge and utilize city land for non-market housing purposes. So we have something called the non-market land sale. We've now run through 5 iterations of that program, actually the 5th just launched yesterday. And so through that program, we are going to have disposed of approximately 20 parcels of land at book value to non-market housing providers. In addition, we do have something called the Housing Land Fund, which is specifically dedicated to doing what you were speaking about, which is enabling those vacant pieces of land that are city held in this specific case to clean them up environmentally, grade them properly, and make them possible for non-market housing development. And I pass it over to Director Lee to speak to the vacant land parcel item more broadly.
So last year, Council gave administration direction to look at property tax policy tools to look into potential subclasses for vacant land. So we are looking into that, and the report is due back to Council in Q2 of 2026.
That's great, thank you. On the note, actually, Mr. Henry, of sort of these different non-market housing, can you talk to us about where we're at? I know Councillor Schmidt mentioned how we sort of had this change over the decades in terms of our approach to housing, and co-op housing and sort of land trusts used to be a very prominent sort of form of housing that we used to explore. What are we doing to sort of maybe bring that form of housing back around, or what are the elements that are getting in the way of having more co-op housing as a part of our overall housing stock?
I think it just speaks to a development form that for a variety of complex reasons has fallen out of vogue to a certain extent. But there is certainly a large vocal population that wants more engagement in this, and that was identified by the Housing Affordability Task Force, and that's why in the strategy there is actually actions speaking specifically to working on identifying what those gaps are around co-op housing from all angles, whether it's funding models, planning models, et cetera. And so that is an action that has not started yet, but is scheduled to be started next year as part of the 2026 program of work under the Home is Here strategy. So it's something we'll be digging into more, and we'll be looking forward to engaging with Council on that as it develops.
That's great, thank you. I don't know, I think that these questions might be for someone else. So regarding sort of the 0.8 intermunicipal initiatives foothills annexation money in the budget highlights on the screen, my understanding is that the city previously withdrew from an annexation of these lands back in July 2023 following public engagement and technical analysis, and the cited reason was that the city has adequate land supply within its boundaries for the next 35 to 49 years, which is sufficient based on current growth rates. And I'm wondering if anything in that assessment has changed over the past 2 years.
Councillor, I would suggest that if we get into more details, and I'll look to Director Davies-Murphy to correct me if I'm wrong, more details on that, we'd probably have to go into closed session. Would you be?
What I can answer for you is that today our citywide land supply is about 30 years, and we have a very healthy planned and serviced land supply citywide.
You can let me know if we have to. I think these might be open questions, but how long would it take, based on sort of the existing land supply, until we would maybe start to see build out in this area, and then potentially full build out in this area to see the tax base revenue?
Are you speaking to the interest, the lands that have been identified for annexation?
Yes, yeah.
That's a very difficult question to answer, because the developer would need to go through a number of steps, including doing area structure plan work, obtaining land use, and then whatever their development horizon would be. So I can't speak to what their business imperatives would be, with regard to that.
Where we have current sort of land supply that build out, like we're sort of working our way out, is it even across the city? Do you see it sort of different in different areas of the city? Is there need in certain areas more than other areas based on sort of desire? Or is it fairly sort of just build the next community out?
So we currently have 40 actively developing communities around the city in all quadrants.
40?
40, correct.
40, okay.
And the process to sort of enter into that actively developing stage is through what's called a growth application, at which point we assess the policy alignment to the Municipal Development Plan and Calgary Transportation Plan. We look at market factors, and we look at the financial implications to the city of entering into that growth application area. We assess our supply on a sectoral basis, so we look at the quadrants, and we provide an annual story map for council, which I can provide to you. It's public information on calgary.ca. And that would give you a further breakdown, sort of sector by sector, of what the supply is. It varies by quadrant.
So those 40 building out communities, if we didn't turn on any new communities, do we have an estimate of how long it would take us, like at our current sorts of rates, to build out those 40 communities currently being built out?
That's about 7 to 10 years of land supply, and it depends on the absorption rate and market conditions.
And then beyond that, there's also area within the city currently that is not being built out.
Correct.
And how many, so if we just sort of take that 40 and multiply, how many more communities would we see just in those greenfield areas within the city limits? That
I'm not sure I can give you a number of communities. We do have, I think, interest in up to 8 area structure plans to begin the planning process.
8 area structure plans. Those are the
Correct.
broad, the broad strokes, not, or would those be, would an area structure plan be a community, or that's multiple communities?
It could break down into multiple communities, yes.
Okay. And sorry, the estimate so we have the 7 to 10 years for the existing building out 40. What would be, based on our current estimates and sort of the land supply within the city, just for those non-built areas, what would be the total beyond that side?
So that would be 20 to 23 years.
Okay. That's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Atkinson. Are there any final questions on the housing budget priority area? Going once, going twice, gone. All right, thank you so much to the incredible team. Thank you, Mr. Dalglish, for convening these leaders from the corporation. And we shall now move to priority area 3, which by my reckoning is transit. So prior to, who is leading us on this budget area item? Gia Morgan, do you have any type of cover presentation for us, or are we jumping straight into questions?
I have a few remarks. I won't regale you with a presentation, but I will ask you to switch gears.
Sounds good.
We're moving from where we live to where we're going, so. I'm not getting any support here, just want to recognize that. So Calgary is the 3rd largest city in Canada, and it continues to attract people provincially, nationally, and globally to set up a great life as we grow to 2 million people. In the fall satisfaction survey, transit was in the top 5 priorities for Calgarians. We heard during the public submissions how important transit is to live a great life. But Calgary Transit needs to close the gap between what we provide today and what Calgarians need from us. We describe that gap in 4 ways. Our network needs to grow to reach the customers that we have across our entire city. Our service needs to improve so buses come more often. We want to deliver a fast, frequent network where buses come every 10 minutes, 15 hours per day. Our service needs to be reliable, which means investments in repair and maintenance of vehicles and infrastructure. And finally, our transit needs to be affordable. Our fares need to be flexible and not a barrier to life in the city. To start to close the gap, as you'll see on this table, you'll see a $14 million investment towards fast and frequent bus service. This will improve frequency on 25 routes, including some of our MAX lines. The budget also addressed the funding required for the low-income transit pass program, so Calgarians who need it most can access their service. And I want to stress the importance of the low-income transit pass. It can be a Calgarian's ticket to their job interview, a medical appointment, or a classroom. Essentially, it's a ticket so the most amount of people who live in Calgary can participate in and contribute to our growing community. The remainder of our budget ensures that service we have now can continue to serve Calgarians for another year. We're refurbishing buses and C-trains and maintaining the electrical system that powers those C-trains. We're maintaining and repairing escalators, elevators, and the roof of our C-train stations. And finally, we're investing more in the physical safety of two of our crossings, one being the interchange with Deerfoot Trail and Memorial Drive on the Blue Line, and the crossing at Saddletown Station near Saddletown Circle. So Calgary's vision is that transit service is the backbone of Calgary's best future. And we're here to help you deliver our route ahead strategic plan to the community. So we have, as part of the team, lots of folks interested to support the discussion on transit. Sharon Fleming, Director of Transit. We also have support folks from across the corporation, Karenza Fromhurst, Ryan Vanderputten, Ian Bushell, and Sharon's team is happy to take questions. And if I could give one more plug, the 3,200 people at Transit would not get their jobs done without all the support people across the corporation. The people in HR, in IT, in law, in safety, in communications, they all help bus drivers, transit drivers, mechanics get their jobs done. So they sometimes are the unsung heroes, and the driver gets all the glory, but we couldn't do it without them. Turn it over to the team and happy to take your questions.
Thank you, GM Morgan. To clarify, is this section more broadly transportation and mobility as well?
I think we wanted to focus on the budget highlights here that are focused on transit. Of course, we're happy to take any questions that bleed into those other areas and respond to council.
So for our purposes, maybe we will put in the parking lot questions around transportation for the infrastructure bucket?
Gotcha.
That's
we
better?
could.
Okay.
Yep.
Works better for you? Okay. Before we dive into questions, I had a request from a couple members of council, specifically on two areas. One was seeking more details potentially on the electric bus contract, what any of the penalties perhaps for breaking the contract might be, procurement issues. If there's an interest in council to learn about that, I'd invite a motion to move into closed session. I was also curious about the details of the recent news about the exiting out of the TD free fare zone and what the financial impacts might be for that. So, council, I will suggest that we move into closed session to receive a briefing on those two topics. Yeah. Maybe Councillor Johnston, would you be prepared to move that? Yeah, okay. Sorry, I went to you because you're interested, so. Yep, fair enough. We will get the motion on the screen to move into closed session. That is moved by Councillor Kelly, seconded by Councillor Atkinson. Is there any debate on this motion? Councillor Wyness?
Given, we have a hard stop at 6.
Yeah.
So do we want to give flexibility when we're back there to finish if we don't finish in time rather than have to go in and out?
I'm going to work really hard to be disciplined here to get us out.
Look at our track record for this whole thing, so I'd rather be proactive. So can we give us some flexibility so that we don't have to pause and send people out to re-vote and just give us that while we're in there?
I am going to push hard that we will have a hard stop at 6 no matter what. And if
All right, I'm not running out if we need to do that then.
Sounds good. I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Any opposed on the motion? Sorry, Councillor Ward is opposed, is that right? Oh, sorry. No, cancel that. That is Councillor Johnston is opposed. Any others opposed? Okay, only Councillor Johnston opposed. Okay, that motion has carried.
The regular meeting of council will be resuming in public meeting shortly. Please make your way back to council chamber. Thank you.
Welcome back. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Tyers.
Here.
Councillor Ward. Here. Councillor Wyness. Councillor Ewell.
Here.
Councillor Atkinson.
Here.
Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Clark. Councillor Dhaliwal.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Jameson.
Present.
Councillor Johnston.
Here.
Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Pontezopoulos. Councillor Schmidt.
Here.
And Mayor Farkas.
Here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I believe we need a motion to rise without reporting. Moved by Councillor Chabot, seconded by Councillor Kelly. Are we in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries unanimously. So I'm going to add probably another 30 seconds to the clock in order to allow for questions, a specific round of questions specific to what we heard in camera around the aggregate questions around procurement, why confidentiality of that type of stuff. So who wants to take a round of that? Councillor Atkinson.
I just wanted to clarify, so for these kinds of agreements that we have where we're not allowed to release the details to the public, how is that negotiated? What's council's role in deciding whether or not that is released publicly? And is there a way forward in the future for these to be decided and made? Not these agreements that we have from the past, but agreements going forward to change that dynamic and have them publicly available.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So most contracts actually have very competitive information in the contracts that no supplier would want to make it public. That's the reason to first making sure that we actually have properly redacted contract. Internally, we take help from access and privacy to go through those clauses appropriately to make sure that we are actually redacting the right things. Then it comes down back to my team to supply to make sure that is anything else, just more a sanity check on it. And that's how it's redacted internally for anybody that asks for it. That's our standard procedure.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on just big picture about procurement, confidentiality of the electric buses, or naming rights and how that is approached? Great. We will jump into our first round of questions here on transit. Who would like to talk about transit? Oh. Councillor Schmidt, or no, Councillor Clark. Oh my gosh.
Thank you very much. I think as a councillor that will see 5 new Green Line train stations coming through my ward over the course of hopefully in the next few years, I just wondered if we could speak a little bit about our approach to safety and sort of creating environments like, you know, we're plugging communities in this city that haven't seen this kind of connection to the city of Calgary before. And there is some hesitation in community about how do we engage with that. So I wonder if you could speak just a bit to the approach to safety and maintaining a sense of, yeah, I suppose safety in a 24/7 kind of cycle for those spaces.
Sure, I'll start out and I'll defer to the experts as we go forward. But just from my experience, I've been through this with West LRT. It's always a bit of an evolution when we get into a community, and we're super sensitive to that. So you kind of probably expect us to see, as we get close with our Green Line partners to rolling out service, a lot of engagement with the community to talk about what transit will be and how it will come into their community. Certainly we're interested in things like looking at the design of the station. They call it SEPTED, which is really fine-tuning our design for safety, making sure those sight lines are there. Certainly we have our partners within community safety with peace officers to make sure that as we're in that community that we can demonstrate the safety to customers. That's on the security side of things, but also a lot of work on safety, pedestrian safety, how to use crossing. I recall when we opened up in Saddle Ridge and Martindale, where there's a community school right near one of our stations, and working a whole bunch with the community on safety of those stations, the impact of noise. So a lot of that engagement will come as we roll out and head into commissioning, but maybe I'll ask our transit partners and security partners to add anything they'd like.
I can chime in. Sarah Huber, Director of Project Development. So in my portfolio is the Green Line Downtown Functional Plan that we're currently working on, and GM Morgan said everything. No, specifically CEPTED is integral aspect of the functional plan in really understanding how we're going to be advancing the work around those stations to ensure that safety is not only something that we look at from the operational space, but how can we design the infrastructure and the integration with the public so that it creates more safe places. So that's absolutely a factor. My colleague, Director Tynan, on the downtown the southeast Green Line segment, absolutely the same. And I believe all between Wendy and I, those stations are all in your ward, the 5-year interesting.
And when we think about sort of, we've got Ogden Road and we've got Milliken Ogden, and then we move into Highfield and a little bit more of an industrial environment. And I just wonder if we could speak to the transition of, again, like how we might approach mobility and adaptability, safety from sort of a more residential environment to this inner city industrial space.
Yeah, so I'll just jump in and say, as you've heard from the team, obviously we'll be thinking about safety throughout, and we already are thinking about safety throughout. The Southeast team has been out engaging with the public and the community about what does construction look like, and so it really starts before we're in the field with that pre-engagement. We are now in the field in the Southeast with a number of contracts out. One just went out this afternoon as well, so we're quite excited that we are well underway in construction in the southeast part of the Green Line. We are engaging with the community through construction, and then your specific question, as you know, a number of the areas are on dedicated right-of-ways transitioning through those areas, and so as GM Morgan said, and as you heard from our colleagues, we're really thinking about CEPTED as we're designing the infrastructure. And so we will create separation where the train is traveling at a greater speed and where it's more integrated into the community. One of the great things we have with this train is that it can integrate better with the low-floor car technology. So a lot of that pre-thinking has gone on, and you will see that coming up once the train's in operation, and we are engaging with the community for a safe construction and delivery of the project right now.
Thank you.
And maybe I'll just add, CEPTED is crime prevention through environmental design. I use the acronym, I apologize.
That's okay, yeah. One of the things too, of course, like listening to our police chief speak yesterday, obviously transit safety, a major concern, but so I just wondered in the process of developing these new Green Line stations, are we taking any new approaches to the way that we interact with those spaces and offer them to the public?
Yeah, so the design of the spaces has been first and foremost thought about the community and the integration of them. And so we have looked through, as GM Morgan said, that crime prevention and how we develop a station that will integrate into the community, as well as one that follows a kit of parts. As you look on the website and you see the designs of the stations, we've tried to keep it, and we had talked with Councillor Johnston yesterday about looking for modularization of our construction, and so really trying to create a system that we can design effectively, efficiently, that integrates into the community. The station placement, originally we were working through the planning process to try and optimize that, really thinking about how it ties into the community and how it drives safety and accessibility for our users. So that's a lot of the front-end planning we do. The design of the stations will integrate that throughout that detailing, and then the construction, like I said. So it's a thought process throughout the entire thing from the planning, and then once we turn it over for our friends in operations, they will obviously be thinking about safety.
Okay, excellent. Realizing that this is meant to say transit specific, so talking about the 5A and stuff like that is probably not as much time necessarily.
I believe we agreed that we will hit on 5A and traffic in our infrastructure section.
Oh, excellent.
Which
Okay,
will
sorry.
likely be in the next 2 minutes.
Okay, very good. My final question then, just to keep this brief, we're almost done here. Oh, we are done. And then I said, no, I'm just kidding. My final question, I've got a number of places in the wards that are have complaints about long wait times. They're not necessarily in main corridors, but so they're waiting 45 minutes sometimes for a single bus, or it's an hour wait. When we look to adjust our budget to support those figures, how do we decide what routes get that selection, and how do we continue that work?
great question. I'll throw to my transit partners, but really it's customer driven. It's where we can have the most benefit. But I have to be honest with you, there's a lot of work to do, lots of investments. So maybe I'll get transit to comment on how they do that.
Yeah, if you're seeing that kind of wait time, you're probably talking about some of our base network service. That service, we're trying to get everyone up to 30-minute service across the city. We're far stretched from that. At this point, we're lucky to have 60% of households within 400 meters of service at all. So we're a little bit behind in terms of our investments. We have a massive service demand gap that we're trying to fill with limited resources. So at this point, the funding in front of you today does not include investments in the base network. That is something that we could do, but it's not in the current budget.
Very good. Thank you so much. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. When we return to this tomorrow, Councillor Clark, I will acknowledge you have about 3 minutes left in case we'll continue the questioning there. Before I bang the gavel, colleagues, as many of you know, each year at the Firefighters Memorial, a single bell is rung for every one of our fallen members. And it's a clear, solemn reminder of the risks that they carried so that the rest of us could be safe. When I had the great privilege to join this chamber, that bell rang 48 times. Today, it rings 28 more times, meaning 28 more names, 28 more stories, and 28 more families that have forever been changed. Today, we have the unfortunate and fortunate opportunity to remember and to mark the 1-year anniversary of the passing of retired Captain John West, whose name was the 76th that we added to the Calgary Fallen Firefighters Memorial earlier this fall. Captain West served our city for more than 31 years. He joined the Calgary Fire Department in 1977. He rose to lieutenant and then to captain, and even in retirement, he kept giving back. Many of you in this room will know that one of his incredible contributions was when, back in 1985, the year before I was born, he designed the Calgary Fire Department flag. And it's a symbol of pride and unity that still flies today outside these halls and in the chamber itself, right behind you, Councillor Atkinson, and Councillor Pantazopoulos. So his name now stands not only here at City Hall, but also in Ottawa and in Colorado Springs, honored alongside those who also gave their lives in service. So on this anniversary, colleagues, I'm hoping that we could honor Captain West. We stand with his family and with his brothers and sisters in the Calgary Fire Department, and we reaffirm our duty, all of us, to support the firefighters who protect this city every single day. So prior to me banging that gavel and entering recess, I was hoping that you would please join me in a moment of reflection before we recess this meeting.